Hello everyone, happy Thursday, we'll call it Hades Day like we used to, but we're back with Olivia. Oh, I guess maybe you didn't turn on when I booted this up. Also, hi Doctor, how are you today? Yep, we are nearly done. Oh look, my cat's been up here already, Zelda has, and he's messed it all up. Oh, speak of the devil. And he just walks past. But yeah, look at how close we are to finishing this diagonal. We have these two sections, and right there, in that little picture, is that top of that leaf. The top of that little leaf. Do you know what? I don't have my YouTube videos open. I only just realised. Just fix that real quick. Damn it, I clicked the wrong thing. Right, sorry, I will be with you all in just a sec. Just need to sort my life out, apparently. Okay, now I'm ready to start stitching. Okay. The next diagonal will have so many appearances, right? We'll get, I think we'll get, if I just go over there real quick, here's the leaf. I'm trying to find this red. So this is the leaf. And then I think this is the bow. So okay, it's not the exact next one, but the one after we get more leaf and more bow. What are you two doing? Sorry, the cats just started smacking each other. But yeah, so leaf here. That's what all these are. These are all ready for the start of the leaf. And then this is, I think, the hat. But yeah, so we're getting into her. We won't see her face till the third row of pages. But we're getting there. Slowly but surely. And I've cut all my nails today so they're all the same length, kind of. I say kind of because you can never, well, I can never cut my nails the same every time. And my blood test results are in, so yay, I don't have to have them redone again. My vitamin D is back up to normal levels. I'm not sure if they wanted me to continue taking it. I'm just going to continue taking my vitamin D until I get told to stop. Though I think I might need to just take that all the time now because I don't go outside. So it's probably easier for me to just stay on it. It's just an extra tablet. It's fine. It's no big deal. The only thing that's missing off of it is my C-reactive protein. That's not on there. Don't think it was. I'll have to double check again later, but But hey, at least the rest of this diagonal is smooth sailing. Oh, guys, sorry. Right. This is really exciting. I completely forgot. I looked at my You Are Enough needle minder and it reminded me. I'm so sorry if I just blasted anyone's ears out. I have really good news. You know how Saga's been missing? Since like September. Hold your horses. I found it. I found Saga. I have her. Yes. I was getting so upset. I'm not kidding, because there's £100 worth of silk. The time and effort I spent working on this last year, and it being a birthday start, I was like, I'm gonna be real upset if I have to restart it, because I mean anyone would. It was to the point where I thought it might have been in my grandparents' room, because that was the last place. I can't even remember how to fold this thing up now. Hang on, I'm struggling to fold a bit of fabric. Oh, I see it in half again. Maybe. But it was getting to the point where I was just like, I think I might have to just put up with the fact that it might be gone forever. So what I plan to do is, when I record my floss tube next Friday, that's going to be included. I also need to do something about the end of the fabric, because yeah, I was brushing my teeth at probably 2 o'clock this morning, because I got into the bathroom late, and I was brushing my teeth and I was like, wait a sec. It literally came to me, because remember I said I can remember everything about that day but this one thing, and then I remembered that there's a box that's on my bed right now that has my table clamps for when I work on the 6 portals, and in there were the white ends for my frame, and I was like, what if it's in there? Because I knew it was in one or 2 boxes. It was in either this box or the one that looks exactly like it, and I couldn't remember. So we looked in the first box and it wasn't there. It was an empty box. So I was like, okay, it must be in this one. So last night I was like, I can't go to sleep. I said to Mum, I was like, Mum, we really need to check this box. I was like, because if we don't, I won't be able to sleep tonight, because I don't want to build it up in my head and get really excited, and then come the morning and we open it and it's not there. I said, I will be so devastated. I said, can we just check? And so she got the box, she took it out, she opened it up, and as soon as she opened it, I saw the Wool Warehouse strap of the organza bag, and I grabbed it and I ripped it out and I just hugged it, and I was like, I found it. I was like, I'm going to sleep with this tonight, because I was like, I'm never losing it again. But I didn't sleep with it. I put it in a bag with my other projects. But I have it, so I can add that on as a floss tube. So when I do that next week, I can be like, guys, we don't need the wanted posters or the missing posters anymore. We have the missing pattern, well, project. The project is missing no more. September, I can't believe that thing's been gone since September though, and I never bothered to check in that one box. But the only reason why I don't know, well, I shouldn't say the only reason why, but I have no idea why it came to me. So this morning I went and told my grandparents. I was like, look what I found. Because I woke up to have my shower, I walked past their room and I just hold up the bag, and my granddad's like, is that it? And I was like, I was like, that's it. And he was like, where was it? And I was like, in a box. And he was like, He wasn't annoyed, he was just glad we'd found it before my nan had turned their bedroom inside out looking for it. Because I was worried that it might have been put in there for some reason. But I have Saga. I'm planning maybe in a few months to buy a 17 by 17 Q-snap. Oh, there should be a stitch there and there isn't. Is that supposed to be this? It is. We'll just do these. Just do this real quick. In my excitement, I missed a stitch. Okay, we will. But I was just so elated to have found it, because I think there's nothing worse than having an expensive project go missing. Because like I said, there's £100 worth of silk, because the silk comes from Australia. So I think I've mixed up a colour, because I'm pretty sure this is not 772. But I could be very wrong. It could be Pattern Keeper playing tricks on me. Saga is missing no more. No, this does look like 772. It is. It's fine. Like I said, it's colour theory. I'm happy for you. Thank you. I'm also very happy, as you can imagine. Because, like I said, I don't have to spend more money to replace what was missing and then have to restitch what I'd already stitched. Which means the Saga can be added to a rotation at some point to be worked on. Because that is a big piece. Even on 40 count, that is still quite big. Then again, I've moved these all around. But our Saga is where it belongs. But the fact that it's been under my nose this entire time is quite funny to me. But I've been trying so hard this past week to remember everything I did on the day I swapped Saga over to the 6 portals. Because like that was the last time I saw it, and I was like, where is it? And I was like racking my brain, and I was like walking through my day in my head like exactly as it was, and then it just stops at a certain point. It's like a film where the film reel runs out. And it just goes to like, you know, when they show like a film reel going up on a a screen, and then you get like the black border bits, and then it just goes. That's what my brain was doing at those points. And I was like, come on. And then I was like, well, I've already asked to look in a box. And I was like, but what if it's in the box that's on my bed? Because that's the only other box that came from Painting Fairy. And then that's when we looked, and that's when I found it. And I was like, oh. I just felt all this stress come off of me at once with that at that moment. Except I'm just stressed about something else now. Not a project, nothing like that. Just things going on in this house that just stress me out. I didn't reach 50% on Cherry Magpie last night. My eyes were starting to go cross-eyed, staring at that fabric for so long. Like I got to the point where I was like, I can't tell what this is. So I was like, okay, I'll finish this thread and then I'll say I'm done. And so that's what I did. I hate losing things. Yeah. I think it's worse when you lose something, but you can remember everything that you did just before you lost the thing and after you lost it, but not when the moment happened. Because that was what was happening to me. Because like that's what I kept saying to everyone. I was like, right, this is what happened that day. And I was like I had Saga. Nope, I had Saga on the frame. And then I switched it over to the 6 portals and I added the 3rd part. Also, the YouTube chat, I've just noticed the YouTube chat one isn't working on YouTube's end. I should have. I once lost my Rubik's Cube for years when someone asked me, guess what I found? I answered and believed they'd found it. We never found it. Oh, it's the internet mystery. Miss, I don't know how to refresh a source on. Oh, there we go. I fixed it. Sorry to anyone on YouTube. I can see chat on my end anyway, but it's more for the VOD, so you can see chat. Apologies. Yeah, it definitely sucks when you can't find it, and every time someone's like, guess what I found, and you're like, and it's not that thing, it's a different thing. You're like, like I'm still happy I have that, but it's not what I wanted, you know. It's not what I wanted. I'm still happy we found this thing, but it's not the thing. And especially just followed. Thank you, Brando, and welcome. How are you doing today? But I think it's worse when they're like, oh, you can just get a new one, and it's like, yeah, but yes, I can get a new one, like depending on what it is. And it's like, yeah, I could get a new one, but I really don't want to. I'd rather find the original because, you know, I paid money for it. or it has sentimental value, depending on what the item is. But then there's the, what's it called? The thing that happens when you buy the replacement, the original turns up, and then you're like, well, now what? Now I've paid money for this thing, and now I have two, and it's like, well, I have two, I have a backup, but again. Or the object turns up in the place you've already looked, like, you know, you've looked there 3 times. But for some reason, you just looked there the 4th time and it's there right in front of your face. And you're like, was it there this entire time? And I was just so blind that I just couldn't see. Like, I had blinders on. Or... oh, hang on. Damn knots. Oh, I'm sorry, little. Well, what kind of knots? Are they the horrible ones? The loop knots are okay. They still suck, but they're okay. Also, how are you doing, Lil? Oh, Lil, did you hear the good news? Did you hear me shout the good news? But I did shout a bit about it, my bad. I did, yeah, I found Saga. I'm so happy. I was so close to just getting back on Discord and messaging going, Lil, I found it. And I'm good, just tired. That call ended up being over an hour long. Oh. Ew. No thanks. Are you working on the Divine Beasts again today? Like, are you trying to finish that first so you can start the ghost bats? See, I called it the right thing this time. I've been getting good at calling it ghost bats and not gothic. Yep, and yep. Yeah. Whoopsies. That was a stage, it just looks funny. That looked like a straight up one, that's why I was confused. Yeah, the last few days I've woke up, had my shower, and then I've been too tired to think about stitching. I want to go back to the energy I had on Monday after I had my shower, and I was like, yep, I'm just going to sit up and stitch now because I want to work on my night blooms. Now everything's here. Now all the extra thread I need's arrived. Yeah, I'm feeling a bit today, although with the highlight of my day, because technically it was after midnight, so it was today. The highlight of my day already has been finding Saga, so that's like made me feel better, but I just feel a bit but my inflammation isn't on the blood test, so I don't know what's up with that. I've also got my PIP pre-assessment letter today, so I get to fill that out this weekend, and I cannot wait to put in everything that's changed since April last year. It'll be like, where do I start? Once upon a time. Yeah, in the last year, this is what's happened. In the November, I had my stoma done. By the May, I had a massive hernia. My mobility's got worse because of it, so yay. And I just have to work out what information I give them, because I can log on to my patient portal for my London-based hospital, and I can print off some of the clinical things where it's like, this patient was seen today, blah 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 things, because I need to give them the information about the severe hernia. You could actually see it yesterday when I was working on Cherry Magpie. Whenever I kept having to take Cherry Magpie off, you could actually see it. And I was like, oops. Like, you couldn't see it properly, if you know what I mean. Like, you could see my shirt with it poking out. I didn't realise, and it's getting bigger. Like, my tops are starting to get tight around that area. And it's like, god damn it. Like, yesterday, I wore a top I wore the last time I went out, which was a while ago, and it was still a bit loose on that part, and now it's like so tight it felt like I couldn't breathe. Like, I was joking about it, but I was saying to my mum, I said, I don't think I have any intestine left in the where it's supposed to be. I think it's all in the front. Like, I think when I have it repaired, the hospital's gonna really struggle to get it back into me and to keep it there. Hi, Kel. How are you today? Actually, that should be... There's an extra piece in Emma's stash to raid now. Wow, Doctor, I just get Saga back and you're trying to get Kel to steal it. But yeah, Kel, I have found Saga. If you remember, it's been missing since September. I found it. I felt like every time I did a video, like a floss tube on when I did my my whip parade. Every time I brought up Saga, I felt like the dad from Fairly Odd Parents, and this is where I show you Saga. If I had it. But I do now, so I can. It was a nice, happy morning. It was a good thing it was like 2 o'clock in the morning when I found it, because I would have screamed. So instead I just was like, oh. But whilst I was looking through the box, even though the box isn't that deep, it's literally just a small... It's basically, remember when I did that stream? Maybe I just returned in. Nah, it's been in the box this whole time. We just never looked there. But when do you remember that stream I did where I put together my painting fairy frame and I had the box on the desk? It was in that box, that exact box, and it was in that, so it's not that deep. But because we put stuff in the box, because we put my Lowry, my side clamp, that's, I just whacked the camera with it, this one, we put that in there to because otherwise this is heavy, you don't want this falling on you. But I'm so glad I put it in a recognizable bag and not just something. Oh, I also got an email last night from Diamond Art Club to say that Rosie Outlook's in stock, and I'm like, which is one of the archived ones that I need to get. I have 2 I need to get at the moment, but I have to get 1. But I'm hoping to see what's due to come out Saturday before I buy it. Because remember, my rule is I can only buy a diamond painting from one of my specific artists, and if there isn't one, then I'm allowed to buy one off my wish list if I want anything. So I need Rosie Outlook, Catnap, and Goddess of the Night. Well, Goddess of Night from Chrisabug. So those are the 3 I currently need. But I need Rosie Outlook. I mean, I need all 3, but I think that's the one I'm going to get first, and then when I get paid, I'm going to get the other 2. So I've got them open to keep an eye. And can I show you the really bad Claire Studio, or as I like to call them, AI Claire Studio, that they showed off yesterday? Oh, so YouTube's already seen it. So this is the one. It is so bad. I looked at it. This dragon has a fat lip. Also, what is this? That is not its nostril, because that's its nostril. Only ones I want on my wish list is the Grinch ones. Yeah, my wish list, hang on. My wish list is looking a little long. Look at this. This is my wish list. I can see so many out of stocks right now, look. And archived. These 2, this one, this. Why am I in dollars? Why does it keep doing this to me? Oh, that's just in dollars. Also, why is it on sale but it's also out of stock? Yeah, it's gone. Don't know why it's saying yeah, it's fine. But yeah, this is what my wish list is currently looking like. This one's archived, although it says get notified. I think this needs a refresh. That one only just released too, and it's gone already. I say just released. It released during the... when was this? The May? Yeah. 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 But yeah, like, this is my wish list. There's a lot of archived on here right now. And most of it's sold out. We're getting near the end of my wish list. They got Sacred Web. I was so sad. Why can't they just let me buy these? But good news, I can always ask for one of these archived ones. Because you can now use your, if you get the 6 black cards or whatever it is you need to get for... I need to refresh that. It's fine, I'll look at that. So this one I need to get, this one I need to get, and this one. Because, didn't mean to do that, because yeah. Let's sigh. Oh, I didn't show you. I was meant to be ranting about this. Hang on, we're going back. Nostrils broken. What is this? He has chin spikes that turns into whatever this is. Like I said, fat lip. I would also have this face if I caught my lip in something and it was doo. Then we have, he's melting. He's just melting. And again, the spikes are on the wrong side of the tail and they turn into nothing. Badoo to you too, Carly. And the worst thing is, I found out that Eclair do make their own art, but it's hard to, like, this apparently is mixed medium. Like, if I go on to Diamond Art Club once again, hang on, it won't take me long to find, look, there we go. It won't take me long to find anything. Look at his leg. Which leg? Oh, this leg? The leg. It looks like it shouldn't move like that. It's very uncomfortable. Lizards can't sit like that too. But it says, it's a collective group of international artists who constantly push creative boundaries through new techniques and technologies. Their artists use a mix of traditional mediums and digital art tools, including AI. And it's like, yeah, we can tell. But what's annoying is if they just got rid of this bit, if they just got rid of that, I'd be fine buying from them. I actually really wanted this series until I found out that they used AI. Because that series looks good, but I can't, like, this was like one of the first ones I think that released. No, it wasn't. It was... Also, this one's still there. This one's still in stock. I've never seen a mystery kit still in stock 2 weeks later. It was one of these Zodiac girls that was one of their first ones, and it was so good. But again, it's just AI. As soon as an artist uses AI, they're a bad artist. Because you shouldn't need, if you can draw, why do you need to use AI? Like, I don't care that it's a group of people and not one person. But if they draw most of this and then they run it through AI, why? 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 Because why? Because I can see that this is on a canvas, but then they've taken a scan of it and then done this. Also, how many horns does this dragon have? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 1, 2, 3. Makes no sense. Any artist that runs their art through an AI is no longer an artist. You're a slop. creator, in my opinion. Anyway, welcome to my TED Talk. Two, three. 1, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops. Sorry, I smacked that. Okay, so yesterday I gave an update about the house phone ringing. We're now back on it could be him, rather than the phone rather than a company, because it even rang the other day at after 11 o'clock. So my sister might need to get her solicitors involved again. Because he's hiding the number. So Emma, I am doing the diagonal method on my cell, but what did you use for the blue diagonal? What, to draw the blue lines? What did I use to draw the blue lines? Yeah, I used this. It's very rubbed off, I'm very sorry. But it's just a water erasable pen with a fine point. See, fine point. Depending on what count you're doing it on though, you could use... It might not be in here, but you could also use one of these. And this one is a water erasable styler. So because I'm using a 28 count, I've got the fine point, but you could also use this. When I first started out, I used to use this. A core bond water erasable pen. But I find that the nib gets really shredded because of the way it's the inside of the lid is. Like, I don't know why they bothered with this, because when you go to put the lid on, if you miss that, you wreck your nib. So I don't recommend this. But the other two... Sorry, big delay on mobile. It's fine, don't worry about it. That's what I'm here for. Sorry, I keep whacking my project and making it wobble. The only thing is, you need to make sure if you get this white pen, this one, you need to store it upside down, because otherwise all the ink drains from it. Because that's what happened to me. I went to go redraw my lines on death and the nib was completely clear because the ink had all ran back down. So you just need to store it upside down. I actually recommend storing all your pens upside down, really. Very confused now. Did I just do that stitch? I did. Okay. Undo that for oopsies. Undo that for a second, because that actually needs to be... The one park strand here needs to be one over. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yep. Sorry, I just turned the light on. So sorry. But I like using the water soluble pens rather than the gridding line you can get, because you have to pull it out and it gets in the way, I feel, whereas this I can just stitch over. Though I have noticed this fabric, like the threads are so light, you can actually see all my lines. Like you can see right here, that 10 by 10, like that grey 10 by 10 line down there, and you can see all my blue diagonal lines. Like these aren't diagonal tension lines, because otherwise I would see them more, but they're literally just the lines that I've drawn, and it's because for some reason the colours on this are so light that you can see them. Like it's got nothing to do with my tension, but you can see my lines and you can see the 10 by 10s. Wow, it's nearly been an hour already. I guess I was yapping too much and showing AI off too much and complaining about that too much. I think I'm gonna end this thread, even though there's like, actually, maybe I won't. Maybe I'll keep it for the next diagonal. I can always get rid of it partway through. Come on. Now I need to do some counting. But it's gonna be nice to do my first floss tube of the year. Technically my second if you count my whip parade as my first. But I think I'm gonna buy some, I know I said this yesterday, but I think I'm gonna get some needle minders that match my full coverage projects. Except for this one, the Grim Ripper, I think I'm gonna put this one on death. This one, hang on. This one's gonna go on death, I think, because it's very fitting. And then I was looking on Becca Doodles' Etsy, except she's Canadian and shipping is quite expensive, even though they're on sale right now. They might be when I have a bit more money to get, but I want to get a few of the ones, like I want to get something that relates to this. So this one has a witch, as you can see. It has a firefly, it has flowers, it has butterflies. So there are things I could get for this, like to fit the theme of this. But if I can get my printer working, I can also make myself a badge needle minder of Olivia. And I was looking at Caterpillar Cross Stitch because part 1 of their birds of the season, I think it's called. It's in this mega list. Songs of the season. Part 1's now out. Look at this. Oopsies, my bad. Go back. But look, we have... Oh, I can't make this any bigger. Because if I just click, it goes through the pictures. But yeah, like we have these. We have a little lorikeet, a little blue jay, and I don't know what bird that is. I don't know what that one is. I'm very sorry. If my sister was here, she'd tell me, but she's not. But I think right down here, that looks like it could be a cardinal. That there looks like a robin. Also, this is what my eyes felt like yesterday, this blurry bit. But I really want to get this because, I want to get the kit. Which is boop, 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 boop. Because I need this and I would like this because the threads come on these. Will that even fit all the colours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I think it should, because that looks like there's 16 cards there. Does it say how many colours? Right, the first part's already out. Whoopsies. The first part's already out, so... But I do love me a Caterpillar Cross Stitch. I've also got the subscription box coming. This is the one for Foxgloves and Fantasy. I also have this one coming, the Frogging Around. I bought that one, and I've kept the subscription because this is Tiny Modernist. I don't know who's gonna have the lolly in the house because I can't. But this is a Tiny Modernist piece. I will not be stitching it on the Ada. The only issue is these only come on Ada. So I will have to find some 32, maybe Count Grey Ada. Not Ada, even weave or linen. To go for it. But yeah, I do highly recommend Caterpillar Cross Stitch. They do have some very lovely, what I'll do is I'll put a link in the chats. So you can, actually, if I go to They have by skill level. Actually, if I just give it the entire website link, then you can go to the bit you want. That would be better, wouldn't it? If I... Can I... There you go. Ah, butts. There goes the scissors. I just ran them over. Oh god, I'm on the scissors now. Hang on. Stop. He did. I'm gonna break these one of these days. Did that go in the YouTube chat too? It was supposed to. It did not. There you go, YouTube. Sorry, I thought I set this thing to go off in both, but it didn't. Apologies, YouTube. Yeah, so... I don't know why my name's yellow. I don't like my name being yellow in the YouTube. It's fine. It will have to do. I just look yellow. But yeah, they have lots of cute, and I might have to get the All-Star Stitches magnet, but it's fine. I'm talking to myself now about that. Anyway, back to stitching, like what we're all here for. And what I plan to do on my floss tubes, when I get a box, this one's parked in the wrong spot again. Why am I so bad at parking today? The Hello Pumpkin pattern I have is from them. I want to get the rest of that series because that is a lovely series. Someone in the Facebook group has done the tree ones, which is like the Hello Pumpkin, and then underneath them they've stitched caterpillar cross stitches seasonal months, like the seasonal one. I can't remember what it's called. Hang on, do they have Floral and Gardens? Would it be under there? No. Of course it's not. Of course it's not. We'll just do... We'll just type in summer. Yeah, so again, I'll just show you this real quick and then we'll actually go back to stitching. I just want to explain. So that's not the needle minder. That's the... Oh wait, I didn't actually want to close that. Come back. It just put it onto the needle minder. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to show. That's the needle minder that goes with it. But they did this, and then underneath that, they stitched this. And their needle minder is so cute. But yeah, so they stitched the summer one, and then underneath it, on the bigger piece of fabric, they put summer. And then they did the same for like the autumn one for Hello Autumn or Pumpkin, and then their Christmas one. But these are so cute. They have three little animals and things on them. But like the past stitch alongs, because these were stitch alongs, the house ones, like the tree ones. There's a Christmas one. By the time I got to them, they were no longer stitch alongs. But there's Hello Pumpkin. See? And then they stitched autumn underneath this one, but this is the one I'm working on. I've only got the owl and the fox, and I've got some of this apple started. So yeah. Okay, let me close these tabs because I have too many open now. But as I was about to say, I got distracted. When I do my floss tubes, if I have any of my cotton and twine or caterpillar cross stitch boxes, I will add them into the floss tube. And then I'll make a little glamorous shot of them for my, and he said Facebook, Instagram. My thread's just come out my needle, so I need to turn this to the back. I'm stuck. Get on the... Hang on. I need to move the mic real quick. There we go. I'm just gonna rethread this. Oh my god, this Lowry stand is giving me the black mark every time. I know you can't see what I'm doing. It's fine. I'm just rethreading the needle. I just need to snip that little end so I have a flat edge to get this in. Yeah. There we go. I know this is riveting content right now, but it's fine. And so sorry about the squeaking of my Lowry stand. Oh, by the way, Kel, if you're still here, as in like you can still talk and you're not working, how are you finding the diagonal method? Are you getting on well with it? Cooking time? Okay, doctor. Enjoy your cooking. Thank you for the lurk. We're getting into more interesting colours in the next diagonal. I'm going to assume Kel's busy working, which is fine. I'll just ask her next time. Oh, but it was really interesting on Saturday ordering from Diamond Art Club. Because I'm a Diamond member, I get VIP early access. Well, 5 o'clock comes and there is nothing loading on the website, like none of the VIP early access area, not even a single kit has loaded, like a new release has loaded at 5 o'clock. And I'm like, uh-oh. So I'm sitting here at my desk using my keyboard, just hitting F5 to refresh the page one-handedly whilst I'm using my phone in my other hand, trying to get to the Facebook group whilst also watching both screens at once, so I can keep an eye on my phone so I get to the Facebook group and I get, sorry, I just knocked the camera, so sorry. And I also make sure nothing's not loading on the website. And I can see everyone else complain, like, I shouldn't say complaining per se, but everyone else will say it's not loading, it's not loading. And I was like, oh good, it's not just me, because I really wanted the Moonbound Studio. And I was like, ugh, if that sells out because of the website glitch, I won't be happy. But it was an everything and everyone problem at the time. And so I just kept refreshing both to see if anyone was saying it was working. And then it started to work 4 minutes into our early access. And then, but it's only loading 3 of them and it's not the one I want. And I'm like, god damn it. And I even tried, the app wasn't showing them. I even tried searching for the specific one. It wasn't showing up. But finally, 6 minutes in, it loaded. The whole thing loaded. I was able to get it. It didn't sell out, but some of the other ones did. And it was quite... Some people were quite upset in the Facebook group because of the website issues. Some of the ones that they really wanted, like the MrsButterD hot springs, sold out so fast. Like once the website started working, it sold out so fast. So, but I was only getting the Moonbound Studio. I wanted the MrsButterD, but I also have it as a cross stitch, so I'm not too worried. The only ones I'm gonna be like, I have to get, no matter if I have it as a cross stitch, are my Margaret Morales ones, because I like having both. Sorry, the Spike's screaming and so are the other birds a bit because people have just come home. My granddad had a hospital appointment and my nan went with him, so the birdies are screaming a bit. And Spike's the noisy one. That could stay, that's fine. We'll do that and we'll get the next colour, it's fine. Because we need a new colour to start this row off. Working, so no sounds, but I love seeing this piece worked on. I've been so curious about MrsButterD's pieces. Yeah. They are very good. I know you probably can't hear me because you're working, but they are very good. I say that as if I've worked on loads. This is the only one I've ever done. I do have quite a few. I have her apple pie, Athena. I'm trying to see them in the order they are on here. Butterfly Girl. I don't think I have Hot Springs loaded up in Pankeeper. Oh wait, it shouldn't be there. It's there. Let's have a look real quick. I need to refresh my memory. Yeah, but apple pie, Athena, Butterfly Girl. Well, Butterfly it just says. Then it's Olivia. And then I added Spring Elf. You can't see, but there's Spring Elf here. Let me bring up the full ones. So we have Spring Elf. This one. This one, this one, this one. I don't know why Hot Springs isn't in here. Because these were bought at the same time as Hot Springs. I know I have it. Yeah. They are very good, but the charting unconventional does help as well. I think I have some of this in my... I don't have it on me. Hang on. Though I don't know which yellow it is. Oh, it's this one. Yay, I had some. Sorry, I'm making so much noise now, just trying to grab a bit of thread. There it is. If that's the only stitch of it there, what I'm planning on doing is, and it's down here too, so actually that's fine. No, it's not, that's on the next diagonal, ignore that. It's the lines here, Emma. Yeah, it's only up there, so I will start and end this thread, and then I'll put it back in the thread bed. If the thread wouldn't knot up on me, that would have been nice. Here we go. You can come up here. Yeah, my nan's off to work now. And she'll be back with everyone else. One needle, get into the right hole, please. I beg thee. No. That was a hole, but not the planned hole. A hole. There we go. Let's move all these over. Back onto the thread bed with thee. There we go. Yeah, I definitely seem to be slower on days where I'm talking more. As in slower at stitching. Which would make sense, especially when I'm distracted and looking at things. And I'm showing you guys the projects that I'm thinking of starting and stuff. And it also seems like January, although it's nearly over, so I might make January and February my bad stitched month where I work on Amanda's projects. So in my free time and on stream if I have nothing else. Because next month is going to be very full coverage heavy. Oh, for God's sake. I punched the camera. I also found Tuesday when I was organising, I also found some acid-free foam board that I used to buy to do my my finishes. So I could finish some of my smaller pieces on it. Though I need to get some more of... Actually, I could just lace. I need to work out and find out how to fully finish things to make flat folds and stuff. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm trying to get through this part as quick as I can so we can start the next diagonal whilst we still have time. We're only an hour and a half into stream, so I'm not too worried because today is my 4-hour stream. But these streams can go so quick. Like, I could be here 1 minute and it's been like 5 seconds, and then I've done 3 stitches and it's been 3 hours. I'm like, what? Right, because it's just there, we will end this thread. That should have been... Hang on, I messed up. That should be 2 stitches, and that should have been over 1. Hey Mischief, how are you today? How are you? I'm good, thanks. I saw your progress on Birth by Venus. Very nice. Oh wait, there is 2 stitches there. I've done... What have I done? Oh, I did a straight line. It's all good. It's fine. There we go. So I did do the 2 stitches that I was meant to do. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm hanging in there. Work got busy, but now they're going to close the office due to the severe ice storm headed my way, I guess. Oh. I mean, yay for closing work, but also boo, ice storm. Yeah, I hope everyone who's living in America who has these horrible cold fronts coming, stay safe. Because it is real bad out there. So I hope everyone stays safe and takes the necessary precautions. Some people in one of the Discords I'm in have had to travel early to get home in time because, like, come home from holiday. Texas is not prepared at all for it. I'll be honest, I own like 1 jacket. Yeah, Texas is not built for cold, and Ted Cruz has gone away again. Isn't that interesting? Once again, Texas is in jeopardy and he's getting on a plane to go somewhere nice. Because it's always hot here. Yeah, I don't blame you for not having winter wear. My McDonald's arrived. It's actually hot. Oh my goodness. It's a miracle little... We were talking about that yesterday. We're not all surprised. Yeah, no. Someone in one of the Discord said that he can predict the weather better than the meteorologists. Like, you want to know if it's really cold? Ted Cruz gets on a plane and leaves. I've been sending Keshi memes about Ted Cruz leaving, yeah. He's just popped out for some milk and cigarettes. He'll be back when it's warm. So that was my cue to go to the store and get some water and pantry food, yeah. See, this is what the Weather Channel should be reporting. Ted Cruz getting on a plane. That's Texas's warning. He is really not a ride or die friend, if you ask me. No, he's a ride away so you die friend. That's the kind of ride or die he is. He's a I'm riding away whilst you die. Bye. Have a nice time. Ted, there are people dying. Have a night. I can't hear you. Over my private jet. Say, okay, thanks, I guess. You guys are that. So Texas is the meme of the guy who's drowning with his hand up, and Ted is the guy that high-fives the drowning hand. Ted, every man for themselves, Cruz, yep. Right, I'm just putting this colour in my thread bed. Typical of him, yep. No, he's got his children to think about. Never mind the fact that other people have children. He's got to think about his children. Never mind the people that voted for him are dying. And the ones that didn't, but, you know. It's the rolling blackouts on the last crazy storm we had that didn't help us at all, because they were definitely not even rolling. Yeah. Yeah, that was bad. That was a couple of years ago, wasn't it? That was bad. People were dying because you're not wait, I didn't do that stitch. I've done it again, guys. Yeah, I had no power for a week. Ugh. No thanks. I get angsty the minute I don't have power for a second. But the office building next door had power all the time because it was essential. I need power, I don't get paid, yeah. Yeah, it's definitely one of those things, isn't it, where it's like, Like, it's great that businesses get to keep their power, but what about people that work from home because they're too disabled to work in an office and they're on medical equipment that they need power to sustain? Right? It's just ridiculous, and it's like you don't even get your bill reduced for the week you didn't have power. Which is great when I've been in the middle of 2 storms here. Yeah. British storms are not for the faint of heart. We get hella windy here. I think this colour is supposed to be there. Something tells me. I don't know what it is, but something's telling me. Hang on. I've got too many things in the way. I think this is meant to be one up. It's technically parked in the wrong spot. I will never stop loving the colours of this piece. So pretty, I know. And look, we have a leaf. That is the start of the leaf, which we'll get to soon, hopefully. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure I speed stitch through this section to get to the leaf at least today. If not, then that's going to be a problem. I can't stay on till I get to it if it goes over, because people will be home. Though they'll be home a little later today because they're having to do my nan's bit while she's just getting to work. But it does make me laugh a bit when I go from working on this to death and it's like bright pretty colours, grey. Bright colours, grey. Oh look, we're done with the Y, and again 1 stitch in the next diagonal, so we will put this in the thread bed. Oh, for God's sake. I have a habit of doing over 2 sometimes on one of these stitches. Hey Natty, how are you doing today? That's nice. I just look over at Zelda and he's licking himself and I'm like, oh. Should just keep the thread bed over here rather than putting it over there. I'm doing good stitching the Hydrangeas cottage. Oh, I think that's the one that Kel's doing too. The one it was the one that people thought was the Thomas Kincaid looking one, but it wasn't. If you're doing this year's. Just resorting out my thread bed because they're not sticking. This isn't a sticky pad, it's just a bit of felt, but I'm just pushing them on a bit more. Put that there now. What is this? Oh, it's the bow. It's the highlight on the bow. And there's the bow because there's all the blue for the bow. I love when I can see things. There it is. There's the bow. And then that's the bow bit, the ribbony bit of the bow. The bow is so close. I know, it's just there. 2 more diagonals and we get the start of it here. It's gonna tease us because that's all we're getting for this page, like this row of pages. Yeah, I thought it was Kincaid too, but sadly no, I wanted to do bow, but I couldn't imagine stitching that background. Yeah. This motivates me to stay on my projects. Yeah. It's like looking forward to something. Yeah, I think a lot of people aren't happy with the Hade sale this year. With the sale choices and then the give my brain 1 second, it's got to process. The Amy Stewart. You know how everyone was, well, how they were like, oh yeah, to get the Amy Stewart, you need to stitch 1 page. So people signed up to do the 1 page just for the Amy Stewart. And then they went ahead and, oh, I didn't even put that thread on the thread bed. I wondered why I didn't have a pure white thread on here. There we go. But people just weren't happy because of that. Like, they were like, oh yeah, we'll give you this if you stitch a page. So people got it with the intention of doing just the page. And then they were like, here you go. And some people would be happy because they don't have to stitch the page. So the people that joined just to do the page should be happy. But they aren't, because like the whole point was to sign up to get the page. Oh, I've already done that stitch. Okay. No, it's already parked down here. I apparently already did it. Yeah. I don't like all the AI, including the one I'm working on, but I really wanted the Amy chart. I'm happy they just gave it to us. I'm working on that one too, but I wanted some of the other charts, so I will do 6 pages. Yeah, and the usage of AI this year is the worst. Like, half the charts were AI. And last year though, most of them were AI. And the worst thing is, it's L&L Designs, which are Leslie and I can't remember the other lady's name, but they're the admins for the Facebook group. And it's like, so much for Michelle saying, I will never use AI, and then she took that back so quick. That really irritated me when she got a bunch of, I wouldn't say hate, because it wasn't, it was criticism and disappointment in releasing a free chart for Christmas that was AI generated. Now, I'm not saying she generated it. I'm saying she got it from somewhere. One of the artists maybe generated it. And so she gave it as a free chart for Christmas. And I actually have it because I downloaded it because of how ridiculous it was. Because Santa has 3 legs. I'm not kidding, Santa has 3 legs. The reindeers make no sense. No, I can show you it. I think it's in my Google Drive. I will make it bigger when I find it, just in case it's not. 3 legs? Yeah, let me see if I have it. Hang on, let me go onto my Hade folder on my computer so I can see what it's called. It should be in my freebies folder. If it's not, I'll upload it in there really quickly. Merry Christmas. So we got to go to M. I don't think it's not in here. Okay, let me just do this. Where is it? There it is. Whilst I do this real quick, I'll just have a quick drink break. So I've got to scroll all the way back to refresh it. I would search for it, but my keyboard's over there. I can't be bothered. Like, I bought this because I saw someone work on it, and I'm pretty sure this is also AI. But it looks really good. But it's hard to tell because there was no AI on this. So if it is, it's not noticeable, at least not to me, and I can see AI, but I don't see it in this. I don't see any errors. But I'm pretty sure this Ray Powers, I could not find any actual artwork from Ray Powers. I don't think the fox is AI. Yeah, it's hard to tell though, because like I've said before, if an artist uploads one thing with AI, there's a chance everything they've done. After a certain point, like if you know the person hasn't used it, here it is. So where is my pattern keeper? So this is it. Santa has 3 legs. You can, it's a bit blurry, but there's his 3rd leg. He's got 1, 2, 3, he's got 4 fingers, but then he just has whatever this is. And his beard is his coat. This horse, oh, their horse is not reindeers. This horse back here, these back legs are too far away for this horse. So whose horse legs are these? Because it ain't not this one's. And these are supposed to be bridles, right? So they're the things that cover horses. Like, they don't cover the entire horse eye. They cover the side so they can't get spooked. These are their eyes now. And this horse has 2 butts. But this was the release she gave us, and people, as you can imagine, were not happy because Santa has 3 legs. And look at this wobbly building. Look at the wobbly building. I love AI when I don't actually love AI, but I meant like I love when AI messes up buildings where they just become squiggly messes because it's trying to give it architecture and it's just nothing. But yeah, so this was the piece, and people, as you can imagine, were not happy. Some people were stitching it regardless, and it's like, I could never. Also this tree, it's ghostly. If it is AI, they did a really good oh my god, let me read that again. This is me jumbling up my words. If it is AI, they did really good at hand touching the fox. Yeah, if it is. But yeah, it's just this amalgamation of presents. It's not even gifts together, it's just a gift. And I don't just noticed, what's this candle doing over there? But there is no artist. Also, that horse leg. This is like, you know when a person filters themselves to make them look skinny? And it does this. This is what it looks like. You know when you look and they've got like something in the background and it's super stretched? Like their doorpost is like, meow. That's what that is. A gift that will get ran over, yeah. Hope you like your presents. Santa says no presents for you. But this whole thing's bad. And yeah. But like that's the worst one I have. I haven't downloaded any of the other freebies because they're AI. Anyway. Little chuckle. Wow, this is bad. Yeah. And again, when she posted that, people did complain. And I don't want to say complain in a nasty way. They were very nice with their wording. They were very disappointed, as anyone would be, that a cross-stitch company who hires actual artists and license their artwork would use AI. And she made this whole song and dance. I think I actually have the screenshots on my phone, because at the time I was putting them in Lumi's Discord. Do I have them still? I'd have to. I think that was 2024. We have an ad break coming up on YouTube. Not on YouTube, sorry, on Twitch. So I can just quickly look. It's 2024. It would have been about December, maybe. We'll just start here and I'll just have a quick look. The maybe it was, no, it would have been 24, but I don't see it in my folder. Maybe it was November. I have a video, but it's so blurry. Yeah, that was a different drama I just found. Maybe I don't have it. Maybe I don't have it, my bad. I thought I did. I'm sure if I looked on Reddit, I'd be able to find it. But yeah, people were just voicing their concern for a company that hires actual artists, like license actual legitimate artwork, couldn't be bothered to commission or at least ask one of them for a Christmas piece to make a free chart with, or use a stock image that you can pay a license for. And when people came out and voiced their dislike of the AI, she was basically like, oh, I'm very sorry, I will never use AI artwork again. And people were like, oh, I'm so glad you came out and said this. You know, people were very happy after she made that apology. And then very quick, like maybe 24 hours, if that, the apology was gone. And AI was now in full force. And at first it was AI was, and she threw a tantrum. I'm going to call it a tantrum because it was on the website, there's a freebie section, and it used to be filled with actual really good freebies. Now they're all AI generated. Oh, the lady's gone. No. Oh, there used to be a really funny lady on the Haid freebie chart page. She had a wonky eye that was real bad. But it was just annoying though, because it felt like such a slap in the face. Like, no one was rude and like threatened to kill her. Like, no one sent her death threats. No one wished harm upon her. People were very vocal with their dislike of a brand that has had a reputation and been around since, I'm pretty sure, 2003. I think that's how long Haid's been around. 2002. My apologies. I just double checked. I fact checked. They've been around since 2002. That means they've been in business for 24 years this year. And this is how they're running a business now. And like, I get it. Like, I'm not criticizing Michelle for stepping back a bit when her daughter sadly passed away, and then her husband passed away. Like, I'm not saying anything about that, because that's a different, like, talking about a company's usage of AI and people dying in their personal life are completely different topics. Nobody's wishing ill on her or her family over this, but people were disappointed. And again, I think people are allowed to be disappointed and are allowed to voice that they are disappointed. But she decided after 24 hours that she was going to walk back her apology, delete all the freebies that were actual artwork. So if you didn't download it, too bad. And then was like going all in for the AI, and it's like, okay, I don't get why you're doubling down. It's like James Charles, right? When he came out and he made his taking accountability, where he apologized to the victims and then deleted the video and is being a sex pest towards children again. And it's like, so you weren't really sorry? Now, I know those are two different things, but this is the same thing in the sense of someone apologized for doing something and then took it back and is now doing the thing that they apologized for. That'd be like me saying, oh guys, I'm so sorry, I will never do X again, and then I come back the next stream doing the X again. And I delete that part of the VOD so there is no proof that I apologized for doing that thing. Because that's basically what it'd be like. It'd be like me slapping someone around the face and going, I'm sorry, I won't do that again. And then walking off and then coming back 5 minutes and going, right in the face. And they'd be like, you said you wouldn't. Oh, well, I changed my mind, you know. I thought about it. And I was like, why shouldn't I just slap you around the face whenever I feel like it? And when people did it once again, voiced their disappointment in her walking back her statement, she started banning people. Like, if you left a comment, see, this is why I lurk in most Facebook groups and I only interact with the ones I know that are very safe, because the only reason why I'm in that Facebook group is for any drama that kicks off. I am on the front lines, taking recordings and screenshots to post to places. I am in the trenches, reporting live. It's like when the 0809 drama happened with the DMC. When DMC brought out the new 35, like the 1 to 35, and some charts were affected. Some charts were affected. I thought that was that was very close. Including the possibilities. Like, the possibilities was one of the charts. I have fixed mine, But on the PDF, it's all the way at the top. Hang on, we're getting there. There it is. On the PDF, I'm just gonna scroll to the very. Oh wait, no. Hey, do it differently. My bad. So this color right here, DMC09, very dark coca, is mostly used. Again, I have fixed mine because if we go to edit legend, I don't have 9, but it's supposed to be this. So this whole section right here, and I think over here by you can't see because I haven't got the thing, but over there by Umbreon, it's, and down here by Flareon and Eevee, this was all supposed to be DMC09, and someone actually started stitching this piece with that colour and it didn't look right. Let me see if I can find, I wonder if it was in, oh, whose Discord was it in? Hang on. But someone found out that they basically had to reissue a bunch of charts because they had to fix the 0809. Maybe it wasn't this Discord. Whoops. Maybe, okay, so it must have been in the other Discord. Yeah. Yeah. So this person stitched this whole section. Hang on, try and find the Google thing. Stitched this whole section on Eevee's with DMC9, and it's very off, as you can see. Considering, again, this was one of the ones that had the DMC9, whereas the new PDF uses 3371. And they'd stitched 3,000 stitches on it, and I don't think they fixed it, because when I look in the other Discord, their progress still has that, and I don't blame them. But this was what happened, because this is what was actually happening. Like, the mock-ups would look fine, but then when it would come to stitching it, because DMC9, like the new DMCs, again, was so new at that time, I have been filled. Nice, Doctor. You enjoyed your din-dins? Like, I remember grabbing my keyboard, so you know it's getting serious. Here's me saying I want to finish this diagonal, but I want to just show in the hobby is soup. And back to crafting and listen to Emma ranting. Yes. Yes. Let me try the abbreviation. Maybe I don't use the abbreviation. Where was it? It's the DMC 0809. Hang on, let's type in DMC. Hang on, I'm gonna Google Heaven and Earth Designs DMC 0809 controversy. This is just the cross stitching when I went Reddit. Sometimes you have to add Reddit to the search. Hang on, I'm opening so many tabs right now. I have so many tabs open now that I can't actually... Hang on, I have to close some. It was the hobby drum. I found it. Okay, so... Oh, it was that. Okay. I found it. Yay, Carly, a three stream streak. So, cross stitch, and not so heavenly. I'm not going to read this whole thing. A not so heavenly design, or what happens when you ignore customer feedback for 2 years. So basically, back in 2018, DMC launched 35 new colours to their range to fill gaps where there currently isn't a good colour option and to help with transition shades. This doesn't happen often, so it was a big deal. Crucially for this story, they introduced 08 and 09 dark driftwood and very dark coca respectively. Browns are really useful in lots of designs, so these new colours were put to work immediately. Chart design is complicated, I don't do it myself, so bear with me. As I said above, the gold standard way to create a pattern is to create it by your hand yourself. A more common and still very effective way is to run a picture or design through some conversion software and then adjust the results after. Important to note that the software is quite sophisticated and will use the surrounding colours to determine the colour chosen, to ensure there is a nice consistent gradient between the colours. When the 35 new colours were added, they were updated in the various common pattern making softwares. However, for one software there was an issue. The RGB values for 08 and 09 were updated wrong, so when you ran the picture through it would think it had got it right, but in fact it was not. This was quickly picked up by most pattern makers, who would manually change the RGB values in the software and merrily continue on. The pattern software producers also noticed the error and sent out an email explaining the error and instructing the users on how to fix it. However, as you can imagine, because this is a drama post, Hay did not and continued to make patterns containing 08 and 09 for over 2 years, and when the result was a poor match. So the drama... Here we go. Hade has its own fans who are very quick to defend Hade and the owner. Some stitchers quickly noted the error with 08 and 09. There's quite a popular app where you can mock up what the design will look like before stitching, and several people posted questions about why the mock-up was looking a bit dodgy. They were told that the issue was with the app. Someone posted this in 2019, an example of how 09 was messing up their project. Initially, this was explained away as an issue with die lots. So... God damn it, the UK, I hate you. This is meant to be a... I hate Imgur won't work because we're in the UK. God damn it, I can't show you any of these. Anyway. God damn it. I will find the picture in a minute. As things can take so long to stitch, sometimes if you replace the skein of floss after a few years, there may be a subtle difference in the shade, because it's a different dye lot. Hence why when I kit up a full coverage, I get them kitted up with every skein needed because of dye lots. As I mentioned at the beginning, DMC is the premier choice of floss because they are incredibly consistent between dye lots. So this is very rarely an issue, and certainly not to the extent of the above pictures shown. Threadbare did an excellent write-up of why the dye lot argument is rubbish, with pictures. Oh, we can look at the pictures here when it loads. If it loads, please, Threadbare, be my saviour. Oh god, Threadbare, please. We'll come back to Threadbare. I will get that to work. So if you're interested in more technical detail, I encourage you to look at that. Are you ever gonna load Threadbare? Hang on, will the blog? The blog still works, so why is that one not? Did they delete? Oh, wait, I think this is it. It is. Okay, I just had to find it myself. So we're not gonna blah blah blah. I'm not gonna read all of this. So the dye lot claim. So the only time a dye lot tends to change for for DMC, is when they've had to redo a colour due to laws. So here in Europe and the UK, we can't use bugs to make dyes because sometimes bugs are used to make dyes. So on our skeins, sometimes you will see a little dot next to a number, and that means that the dye law has changed. So these are this is 8 and 9. Right? Test with single skin new cards which kind of so the only time that dye lots are a consideration is if you're stitching large solid blocks of the same colour, where even very slight variations of certain thread colours might be noticeable if you switch between them partway through. To test this out, we also purchased some single skeins of the new colours, which again are certainly from a different dye lot, and stitched some solid blocks of them together with our original 3-year-old UK source skeins to see how close they were. Oh, so they stitched half of it with one strand of one skein, and you can't see a difference. There is literally no difference between these. The issue was software. I wonder if... Basically, it was all rubbish. You can find this yourself. Like I said, it's Threadbare's blog, and it's called... Hang on. Are there problems with the 01 to 35 DMC thread colours? And then, is this going to be it's an Imgur link? Again, ugh. And then Hayde sent out an email. I can't look at any of these. Thanks, UK law. Even as recent as June... No, wait. What makes this drama worse is the only way you could really get any information from or to the owner is through their Facebook page, which was quick to delete or ridicule commenters who expressed concerns about their patterns. Even as recently as June 2020, Hayde sent an email blaming the error on dye lots. Quoting from the email, we are seeing this more often. At what point would it occur to them that perhaps this is an issue with them and not an issue with everyone else? It's the Darvo technique, where you reverse the victim and offender. Well, as of July 2nd, they admitted it as an error with the charting. Despite admitting there was an error with the charting, they only closed their store down after 3 days following the backlash that they were still selling known faulty charts and no warnings on the site. But wait, surely this charting error wouldn't affect Hayde, as she hand creates the patterns herself. Well, obviously that claim was total rubbish. Honestly, it wasn't super surprising. The rate that new ultra complex patterns were added to the shop meant that if you thought about it for at least a few moments, you could infer that she didn't hand create these patterns herself. I mean, anyone could have guessed that. What's worse is that she also doesn't appear to employ test stitches. Test stitches are common and will, as the name suggests, test stitch a piece before or even just after sale, just to make sure the final result is good enough. While you wouldn't expect someone to test stitch an entire 300,000 stitch pattern, most would consider it reasonable to test a small area, particularly an area with the new colours used. The owner claims that 14,000 patterns were affected. Even assuming this is a mistype, 1,400 patterns is an overwhelming amount to fix. See, this proves in 2 years they can get 14,000 patterns out. But if you were hand making these pixel by pixel like Michelle claims, I could understand this many in a year. This many in 2 years? Reminder, these kits cost $200 each, and she's not doing anything more than running it through some software. Now, some of you might think, surely you can just sub in 0809 with a similar colour, and then it'll be fine. This is the proposed solution by Hade themselves. And then it says to swap out 093371. In the recharted pattern she sent out already, this is in essence what she has done. And there have already been pushbacks for it. Pushbacks that it still looks awful. To wheel back to colour theory, there is no floss that corresponds to the incorrect RGB values that were used, and without getting too technical again, but by subbing around one colour for another, it creates a domino effect with surrounding colours. This may not be an issue in patterns that are meant to look blocky, but in Hade patterns they are meant to look as realistic as possible. One colour throwing off the surrounding colours' ripple effects all the way through the pattern. So yeah, people were very mad, as you can imagine. And yeah, people were not happy. This is an excellent write-up from Pokiria. Well done. But this is how you write a complaint. Anyway, we're going to go back to stitching now. I spent way too long on that. But it was just... You know, it's just one of those things where this whole thing could have been avoided if she had just put her hands up and was like, But she don't. She doubles down. And then, because she has such dedicated followers, they will attack on sight. Like, I think it's fine to have criticisms of a company, and the only reason why, even with everything that's happened, like the AI and all that, I still buy from them, is because I want to support the actual artists. I want to encourage them to keep working in the cross-stitching space, because I could imagine all this could be a big turn-off and be like, I'm never working with a cross-stitch company. Like, I've said it before, as soon as, like, Margaret Morales leaves Hade, I will probably never purchase from them until I clean my wish list. Like, I will probably get my wish list ones, and then I will either never purchase from them again until they change their ways, or I will only buy from artists that I know don't use AI. My throat is so dry after all that talking and reading. Hang on. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that story time. But that was the whole DMC 0809 issue, and rather than her coming out straight away and fixing it, because like, this is what I don't get. It's like when people lie about something so small, like, oh, did you move this cup? No, I didn't move the cup. But then the lie becomes much bigger and bigger and bigger, because you've lied about a cup, you've lied about something else, and then it's slowly devolved, and now you've lost all trust in the person because of the fact that you've lied. And it's a very big turn-off for some people when a company who has built all this trust with the community has this loyal fan base, and every time something happens, rather than sticking their hands up and going, I'm sorry, look, I messed up, I'm really sorry, I'm going to do everything in my power to fix it, she doubles down and goes, no, it's not me, it's you, you're the problem, it's not me. And it's like, but if you have one person coming up to you and having an issue, then maybe it is the case, it's them. But when you have 2, then you have 3, then you have 4, then you have 5, then you have 100, that's when you need to go, maybe it isn't just that. Because, one person is a coincidence. But when it's 100 people, that's you. And I think depending on how a company goes about these sorts of things, like how they work to fix an issue once it's brought to their attention, it can make or break a company. Because I'm more likely to recommend a company who has excellent customer service than one that doesn't. And it's why, as much as I talk about Hade and have Hades, I will not recommend them to people. Because of this. Because if you're gonna deny about these small little things, what happens when, and what happened to all the people that, imagine if you bought a kit, right? Could you imagine you bought a kit from Hade when they did kits, and it came with DMC09 and you were stitching with it, and all you got is I'm sorry, it was a new PDF, not a, we're gonna send you out the new colour that we need you to swap with. It's just oh, here's the new PDF, and it's like, but I've already stitched 3,000 stitches, and it's like, oh, here's the PDF, enjoy. And they say, but what am I gonna do about this? Was like $100 plus $200. What are you gonna do to fix the fact that you've sent out physical items with the wrong color? Nothing. Okay. You're doing embroidery, doctor? Or what kind? Like, what are you working on? It's like when I had an issue with Pain Free Crafts, like, I shouldn't say with Pain Free Crafts, I had an issue with the kit I got from Pain Free Crafts. It was a very basic human error because I've done it, and the only reason why I knew it was a mistake is because I had done that, and I was talking about it on stream, and I grabbed it to, on your crochet, you're adding like facial features. But basically, on 6 portals, I needed 3799, and instead of it being 3799, it was 3779. Now again, I can see how easily they got switched, because again, I've done it. I have needed 3799 for a project, which is a very dark grey, but I got 3779. And I was talking about it on my stream, and I was showing off, and that's when I noticed the mistake, because again, I had done it, so I knew exactly what had happened. So I emailed Sarah, and I said to her, hey, I was working on my project today, and I noticed that this colour is wrong, and I said it's supposed to be this, and I sent a picture, and she was like, you're right. She's like, at least you can tell it's a human made kit because it's human error. And she's like, I'll send you out the proper colour. And she did. She even sent it out quick. Like, I was fine with waiting because I didn't need it. I didn't need it for the portal I'm working on. But the fact that she sent it out so quick, and I got it, and I let her know, I was like, I got it. Thank you so much. You didn't have to send it out as fast, but I appreciate it. But yeah, like, that's how you fix an issue. No, it's you. Okay. Sarah's lovely. I've emailed her for a couple of things, and she's always lovely. Yeah. And I emailed her on a Friday, I think it was, after their working hours, and she still got back to me. Like, I was sending her an email on Friday, and I wasn't expecting to hear anything back till Monday. She emailed me back the same day within 30 minutes to say, oh my god, you're right. Like when I emailed her about Chrisbug, yeah, like we were, when Chrisbug was in limbo when Thread Geeks was announcing their departure, and I was like, Little got an email back real quick. 2, 3. 2, 3, is that right? That looks like it's one too many. I bet this is one too far over. I think it is. Random question, Emma. Yes, Carly. You can tell she cares, yeah. Oh, it should be there. If you were looking at a house and it was really cute and everything, but across the street is a cemetery, would you be weirded out? No. No. Like, yeah, they're considered a creepy place because it's where dead people are. But I would actually like to look over it. At least you're not going to get lots of noise. I mean, you will when it's a funeral, but you get to see beautiful moments happen as well. Carly, I lived right next door to the cemetery when my elder sister is buried. Yeah, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with living near a cemetery. Less neighbors. Unless your neighbors would be the dead, which again, it can be very peaceful. There's a few houses around, and the house I'm looking at is right next to a church. Yeah, it's a place of respect, exactly. And not only funerals will happen at a church, there'll be weddings. I mean, it's a cool looking house, 3 bedrooms and stuff, but I don't know. More likely to get noise from the church, yeah. And I imagine it's nicely priced, like it's not stupidly expensive because of the location. So you have to take that in consideration too, like if it's something you'd really, if the house, take the cemetery and the church out of the equation, right? Pretend they're not there. They're empty lots, they're empty plots, there's nothing there, it's just level ground. Do you like the house? Like, from a spiritual aspect, I'd be sort of scared that a ghost would be on my lot. There are plenty of other things to be scared about than a ghost. I know you've had a bad experience with ghosts in the past, but I would, with everything going on in America at the moment, I'd be more scared of that than a ghost. And hey, the ghost could be used to your advantage in those sorts of situations. Done onto the crocheting. I was embroidering facial features more than fetal features more than facial features. Oh, are you working on the baby Jesus? Sorry, I don't know why I keep saying it like that. The house is gorgeous and reasonably priced, then there you have it. Like, you need to look at the house as the house and not a house with a cemetery and a church. Because you're not buying a house with a cemetery and a church. You're buying a house that just happens to have... Oh, I meant feet. Oh. Feet. Like, hooves. Right, now that should be in the right place. Should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, it is. 2, 2, 3, 4. Like, I think it'd be really cool to live across from a cemetery, but like part of me is like scared. And at least with it being a cemetery, it'll be quiet. Yeah. Why are you scared? I think it's just the ghost. I think that's what that Carly's worried about, is ghosts. But there are items that you can get to ward off ghosts. And like Little said, you could sage the place and ask nicely for the ghost to leave. And just be like, look, I know you've been haunting this place for many a year, but this is my house now, and I'd like you to leave, please. I personally can't live near a cemetery. I'm very spiritual and can communicate with spirits. Living by a cemetery will cause me severe headaches. Yeah, like there are definitely things though that you can do to help. But as far as I'm aware, other than Carly's one experience with a ghost, I don't think she communicates with them. White sage, burn it in the house and politely tell them to get out. Yeah, just be nice and say, look, you can pop over for afternoon tea every now and again if you're that bothered. But please, I'd like this space to be mine. I mean, we did that anyways regardless, and I don't think you have anything to worry about, Carly. Again, I think I'd rather a ghost in my house than other people. It could be a Casper, you know, they could be a friendly ghost. Plus, you have an animal, you'll know if anything is... I don't think that's gonna help, Little. I think I'd rather just not know. Ow, I just stabbed myself. I mean, you could always ask the priest at the church to just do an exorcism or a cleanse if you don't want to do it. I love how I went on a rant about AI and hate in general, and now I'm talking about ghosts. Yeah, I'm sure if you just speak nicely, when you go for a viewing, if you're gonna go see the house, you can base it off the vibes you get whilst you're... Did I start this one too high? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, it's fine. It's oopsies. Two. It's fine. It's just one of the houses I'm looking at. I don't know if you are just looking. You seem, from the way you're talking about this, you seem like you really like this house. Considering you haven't brought up any other things about any of the other houses, like, would you or should I live in this house? You know, I think if the price is good, you really like it, ghosts be damned, you know? You'll just have to either cleanse the house or put up with a ghost every now and again walking through. I'm just going to finish this row. I know I have another bit to go, but I'm just going to finish this row and then I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to take my meds because I am hurting. I've been having issues with the pain in my... It's not my actual tailbone, but it's in that area. And I get this like horrible pain that goes up my back to like my my mid back, and it's just like this vibrating line. It's not nice. So let me just take this real quick and then I'll be back again. I'm not going anywhere, but I'm just going to mute myself. Right, I'm back. I was really excited about this one house, but then I went to go look at it. Immediately there was a lot of pit bulls running around the street and stuff, and I was like, nope. Yeah, I think you're just gonna have to pick a house, and I don't mean like literally go this one and then put up with it, but I mean like you need, when you look at the house, you need to outweigh the pros and the cons. Like, it's everything you want in a house, but the downside is there's a church and a cemetery, and if anything, I would take those two downs for the house. You know, if this was a house I could see myself living in for a really long time, potentially forever, who knows, I would rather live there with a cemetery and every now and again hear church bells go off. Like, that's gonna be the only annoying thing is the church bells. But I mean, it depends on the kind of church, because there are churches that don't have bells because they're just these weird shaped buildings and not the... I'm thinking of British churches as well, which isn't helping. Because I feel like in America there's two types of churches. There's just your regular like barnhouse church, and then there's your mega church with the bells and the whistles and all that. And I don't think it's going to be there. Like, I don't know what kind of... I don't want you to show me the exact church, but it would be nice to see a church that is the same style so I can see what it'd be like, because again, I would still take it. But even then you'll get used to it and it'll just be background noise after a while. Exactly. And it won't be like having an upstairs or a downstairs neighbour that's making noise when you're trying to sleep. And playing music and just being noisy. And if the back garden or the yard is really big, Bodhi will have the run of the area, you know. He will have a life of luxury with that yard / back garden. We're accusing you of drilling when you don't own a drill. Yeah, that is true. It's a good thing that my parents live in the area, because they are finding out the good and bad areas to stay away from. What do they think of the house, Carly? Like, what did your parents think about Cemetery House? That's what I've dubbed it now, Cemetery House. Like, the one area, the real estate is cheap and the houses are cute, but my parents found out that it's a huge meth area. Have you stitched on 32 count? Over 2 or over 1? Because over 2, yes. Over 1, no, not yet. Yeah, you definitely want to stay away from areas with potentially high crime rates if you're going to be buying, I don't want to say expensive things, but it makes it seem like you have more money, because I don't want to stereotype either as well when I say that you're more likely to be robbed, because, you know, I don't want to paint all drug addicts or people that use drugs as bad people, but it's the ones that are bad that I'm talking about in this case. I'm not saying all drug addicts, because there are definitely some out there that try to be better, but the drugs are just too good for them. Over 1, I'm doing the exclusive Amy Child 32 1/1 full cross. Oh. Yeah, I haven't tried it yet. I'm not gonna say never, but maybe one. Actually, I do have. I don't think it's a supersized max color. I think it's just a max color. It could be a supersized max color though. I need to find it. It's in my Hade folder on my computer. I've still got it open so I can just check. Where is it? Is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, it's there. No, it's just the max colors. I don't think I have any Hades that's supersized max color actually. I have a max color, but not supersized. I mean, I don't want my house to potentially be damaged if a house blows up. But yeah. Yeah, like that's a fair point as well. Like, these are all valid things. Yeah, this one is supersized and I didn't want it to be so huge. Yeah, and even 28 count, that would have been massive, I think. I'm trying to see if I actually own... I don't think I actually have a max... Nope, a supersize. Oh, this is already really big. Oh my god. This is also tiny for me. I realised I can read the thing. I could do the dragon. I could do one of the Rose Khan ones, like the dragon race into the night, or the dragon garden on 32 maybe one day. This is my first supersized max color. Oh, you were like, go big or go home. I get that. I only have a stitching shelf with the color expansion, and then Kirin and Bakineko max color. I probably butchered that pronunciation and I'm sorry. I could also stitch a quick stitch on 32 count. Who knows? I mean, neither my parents or I are that religious. We're more spiritual, but I think it's a nice house too, and that living across from the cemetery is a little bit creepy. But yeah, I mean, again, is the view nice? Like, does the cemetery look like it's being maintained and it looks looked after? Because I would get the house, Carly. I mean, the fact that you're asking these questions means you're really considering it, at least to me. It's to me, again, just to me, they're thinking like resale value. I think it would be worth it though. I think there's a basement too. Oh no, not the creepy basement. No, I think it'd be fine, Carly. I have a little cake shop in max color. My god, the confetti is ridiculous. And I have supersized Josephine Wall alternative reality. Oh, the Josephine Wall, I bet that's confetti heavy too. Cemetery over meth area any day. Yeah, same. And I bet if there's nice trees in the cemetery, I bet it looks really pretty in the spring and in the autumn. Depending on what, I mean, regardless of what trees are there, but I think it would. I think if you don't get the house, Carly, and someone else buys it, you will have regrets. I'm having regrets, and I don't even live in America, and I haven't even seen the house. Carly, don't just put... You could have sent me that on Discord. You didn't need to put the entire link. Can we delete that, please? Because I've opened it, but can we delete that? Just in case you move there, I don't want to dox you. And I chose... I'm going to delete it, Carly. Nobody look at that. Nobody look. I don't care. You should care. And I chose Peacock Liaison Supersize Max Color for my chosen chart for last year, Sal. I haven't started that one yet. Oh, I was trying to get it deleted. It's fine, I got it. That is a nice house, and it's had a price cut. That's a big yard, Carly. That's all yours. Oh, the inside's really nice. Carly, if you don't get this house, I might. I don't have that kind of money, but I might. I'd also have to move to America. But like, this is never going to happen. But this looks really nice, Carly. I also like the wood paneling blue wall in the bedroom. And it's got a sliding door. Carly. Hang on, little. I got you. No, I put an extra thing on the end. No. There you go. The laundry is air, but you can replace them. You can add some. You can make this look so good, Carly. Please, I beg. Like it's in the kitchen, no separate room or anything. Carly, that's how it works here in the UK. We have our washing machines and dryers in our kitchens. Because the way it works in here is we have downstairs toilets, so the plumbing is quicker. But this, Carly, please. I beg. That's a nice cemetery. That's not even a creepy cemetery. That looks like it's a cemetery meant for memorial for war, for soldiers. I was trying to say for war soldiers, but I realised that's just soldiers. There is no such thing as war soldiers. They're just soldiers. But that looks really good. And that's the church, Carly. I was making this out to be much worse in my head. Your land is so big. And your plot is massive. You can extend that garden out, I'm pretty sure. And you're literally on your own. This is ideal. Bodhi will love it. You buy it before I do, Carly. Yeah, me and Little will move to America and we'll live there. We'll live there together. Damn it, Carly. The living area is so big and so pretty. Ugh. Oh. Don't leave me behind in Europe. We'll make it a Stitcher's house. And I'm building a catio. Yeah. But the kitchen, it just... Oh, Carly, please. Forget the blooming cemetery, okay? I'm kind of hoping I'd get it. See, you really do want this house. I can tell. See, I knew it. It's in a lovely area. You literally have no neighbours other than the people in the ground, which is the best kind of neighbours because they won't bother you. Oh god, it's nearly been 3 hours and I haven't finished. It's because I've been yapping too much. Oops. Oh, my parents get a deer on their property, so I want deer. But zombie apocalypse, though. Who says that there's actual bodies and they're not cremated remains? I don't think a pile of dust is gonna do anything in a zombie apocalypse, Carly. Sorry, that sounds really disrespectful. I didn't mean to come off sounding like that. They were once people, but they are technically a bag of dust. It's very unfortunate. And maybe a hip replacement joint if they've had one. But like, I would still rather that than... And you have so much land, you could build defenses from the zombie apocalypse. This is the idea. This is the Last of Us, you know, when Bill and what's his face, it's not coming to me, had their lovely gay plot. That was it. You could survive anything. But yeah, that's just one property I have saved. I think this is the only property you need. I don't think you need to look anywhere else. I'm going up for the spring breaks if it's still available. I wanted to tour it. Well, you can tour it today as early as 4:30. And it's 2 bed, 2 bath. Go tour it now. I think it's a bit of a trek to get there right now, though, Lil. That's the only thing. And haven't you got like weeks till spring break? Yeah, she's in Florida. Couldn't your parents tour it and do a virtual walkthrough, though? Like, could they not look for you and be on, like, FaceTime or something? I'm not driving 7 hours. Not yet. You will do, just not yet. I say not yet because when you go up there, that's what I mean. Also, I think the reason why I really like the house, though, is because it's a bungalow. It's like my dream home. They're good, but the thing is, they're investing in a house that I will then rent from them. I don't think it's that simple, though, Little, because Carly does also have to go to work. She's probably at work right now. They want to find jobs first before? Yeah. But that is, like, honestly though, Carly, that is such a reasonable price for a house of that size. The location has really helped with that price. For a 3-bedroom too. I could have my room, a gaming room, and a guest bedroom. Yep. Or a gaming room and a craft room separate. That's why I wouldn't do that. I would have them together because what's the point? I mean, you could also do what some people do and make Bodhi his own bedroom. But there's only 1 bath though. People make it work. And if you're not having guests all the time, you only need 1. Not only that, but the water bill would be stupidly pricey if there was a second bathroom, because that person could just stay in the shower, whereas when there's someone else waiting to get in there, they have no choice but to get out. Or a home office, true. That me and Lil are already planning to move in. With what money? Who knows? And I really don't want to live in America right now because of everything going on. Plus, I don't think I'd be allowed because I'd cost them too much. Most UK houses only have one bathroom. Yeah, this one has one bathroom and one downstairs toilet. I mean, shoot, you guys are welcome to. That means getting on a plane. I don't think I could ever get on a plane. No, if we're getting Yumi's house. Yeah, that is a pretty house too. She had that decorated so nice. I know. It literally looked like her drawings. Ugh. I have an appointment at 8 PM local time in 13 minutes, so I'll be lurking the end of stream. Thanks for the stream as always. Yeah, you're welcome, Doctor. Thank you for being here. I hope everything goes okay at your appointment. And you get to voice the concerns you have with whatever it is that's going on. And if they don't listen, you report back to me. No, I'll have some stern words with them. Although they won't probably know what I'm saying. I mean, they probably would know English, but they just be like, what is this woman saying? It's like, They just switch themselves to Dutch mode so they don't have to listen to me and say, yeah, that's fair, I do that too. And I'll hopefully see you in tomorrow's stream as well, Doctor. Of course, wouldn't want to break my streak, yeah. That's a little life update for you. Harley, I had a whole life in that house just now. Need to vent. People annoy me to no end. My son, in my opinion, is underdeveloped, but doctors won't listen to me. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, it can be very difficult trying to get the help you need when it comes to a child having any kind of disability, be it a physical one. And when I say mental, I don't mean like mental health, like depression. I mean like mental disabilities that aren't as what's the word? My brain's just poofed. That aren't visible in a way. I think there's a different word than mental disabilities because that sounds wrong, but I can't think of it right now and I apologise. I've used all my brain power ranting about hate. It's not, I don't know where that needle's going, hang on. It's not normal that a 1.5-year-old will learn a word and a week later learn a new word, stop using the first word and now isn't saying anything. Yeah, no, that definitely doesn't seem normal. Especially for a 1.5-year-old. He is also extremely clumsy and has a very big head. He rocks and groans a lot, goes blank when he sees a light. It's not normal. No, that definitely doesn't seem or sound anyway normal development for a child of that age. It just sucks though that doctors aren't listening. And then I think what will be worse is in cases like this, some people have to wait until the child goes to school and then the teachers start to notice it. Oh, that looks great, doctor. They're blue and yellow. And then they have to have the school do it for them because the parents can't, because the doctors won't listen until someone with some kind of authority goes, yeah, this isn't normal. And I imagine you've been to different doctors and they've all just gone, and it's like, no, that we don't want, we want answers. Please. Thank you for the alert, Carly. Bodhi wants to go out. But I get it. It's definitely annoying. It's like when I was having all my issues before I got diagnosed with Crohn's, my mum was taking me up to the doctors all the time as a child because there was always something wrong, but they just put it down to separate issues. And it took me till I became an adult for it to be put together as one big puzzle, and it was like, oh. Hopefully, I really hope that you get some answers soon and you don't have to wait years. Even as an adult, it's a battle, yeah. Yep. And being a woman or female presenting or being a person of colour, it's very easy for us to get dismissed. And then when there's weight issues involved, some doctors say it's your weight, and it's like, no, because I had these issues before the weight gain. And it's like, ugh. They keep saying that I'm trying to compare him to my 2-year-old daughter, which I am not, because my daughter is very advanced for her age, but he just started to walk, never babbled, and doesn't talk. Yeah. And I think it's okay to compare them because you've already had a child. So you know what a normal development looks like, and you can clearly see as a parent that something's not right. If you were if this was your first child and you were like, I think something's wrong, and he's 1.5 Lil, so he's the baby out of the two, and if you were a first-time mum and you were concerned and they were like, no, there's nothing wrong, he might be a bit slow at having a slow development, but if by this age he's still having the issues, then that's different. But you've seen what a normal child growing up looks like. And I hate using the word normal because everyone's different, but thank you. They say it's because I'm looking too hard into it, because he was born blue, non-responsive and not breathing for 5 minutes. They didn't check if he has brain damage. Is this what I'm hearing? You can't see. I've got my hands on my head because I'm like, what? Did they not do any tests? Like, okay, fair enough. Let's play devil's advocate. They did the tests and it was too early to tell. But now that he's showing signs, they should be doing something. Sorry, I need to just unplug my mic then because I just whacked my hand about. Yeah, he should have hit those milestones easily. Definitely something wrong. Yeah, and it's... Nope, no scans, nothing. I'm doing the why meme. You know, the cat is like, why? Or whatever it is, it's like, why? Why? That is me right now. The way I see it, at the end of the day, you're his mother and you spend most of the day with him. You know that child better than them and you know something is wrong. Keep pushing them and go above them for help if you need to. That was from Lil. Nay, that's what Lil says. And I do agree. I do think that you might have to go to different hospitals, different doctors, which is gonna suck because that means traveling further, like to another city or another town or another state if you live in America, or another county, you know. But they've done nothing and he's 1.5. He's not reaching milestones. Like, as soon as that was apparent, I'd be like, okay, we need to do some tests, because this, if it's not caught soon, this could really impact his future. And the worst thing is they'll start blaming you. Well, you should have brought him in soon. It's like, I did. And if they start blaming you, then I was supposed to check his head when he was 6 months. They literally touched his head and said, no, he's okay, and refused to scan him. I want to fight these doctors. Trained but non-practicing UK social worker and big sister of 5 over here. Yeah, I have no training either, but I know enough to know that there's something wrong, and the fact that doctors can't see that is shocking. Like, I would have thought at least doctors would have looked into it, and if they weren't sure, they'd refer you to someone else who might know and go from there, rather than be like, no, he's fine. He's 1.5. He doesn't talk, and when he does, it's one word. And he... I'm sorry, Natty. Your son is being failed by the healthcare system severely. Not that you need me to tell you that, you already know. I have, but this hospital is supposed to be the best for kids, and they only gave him speech therapy and said they can't do much more until he's 2.5 years old. So he just has to suffer for another year, and then they'll go, oh, we might do something. What, look at his head again and say, well, his head looks fine, but what about his brain? What about a very vital organ that we need? That we need to do basic things. And people wonder why people don't go to the hospital or to the doctor because of reasons like this. Because you're either dismissed, or you're dismissed and also seen as a crazy person, when all you want is what's best for either yourself or a loved one. His head does not look fine, it is big. They need to do something. And then this is what's going to annoy me. If they end up doing something in a year and they go, oh yeah, there is something really wrong, but we can't do nothing now because we should have done this 2 years ago, when he was maybe a month old. oh well. And then you go, oh well. Then you can go full Karen on them. Get them all sacked, because that's what I would do. Look, I get doctors are very overworked and severely underpaid for the jobs they do, but it really annoys me when you have doctors that just don't do their job. Yeah, no, that's a big head. That is definitely a big head. His head looks like a light bulb. And I don't mean that in a nasty way, but it comes like up and it goes boop. Yeah, that's not normal. And they look at that and say it's fine. I'll send you a picture of him on Discord. You can show Twitch. Him, that is at 6 months old. Let's see if I can, if I do it like this. This is his head. That's a big head. And that was him at 6 months old. That's massive. Like, why? Like, that is big. That is way bigger than a normal 6 month old's head. I might not have children or see them often, but I see them often enough to know that that's not right. And the fact that they're just going, no, it's fine. Really. I'm sure if they were that unconcerned, they would be fine with one of their family members having a baby and all this happening. They'd be like, it's fine, it's normal. No, they'd be pushing for the best care. Like, I'm actually speechless because, and it's very rare for me to be speechless. Like, I honestly hope that the right doctor walks in the building one day whilst you're there and sees your son and goes, hang on a second. And he gets the help he needs before it gets too late. And this becomes permanent. And the fact that this could have been an underlying issue since the day he was born makes it so much worse. It's not like he had a little accident, you know, he fell and bumped his head, and although he does fall off of things, as you've said before, but it's not a case of like he had a clumsy day that day and he fell off the sofa, bumped his head, and this happened overnight. He's been like this since the day he was born. I just don't know what else to do. And that's the thing, like, you're desperate, but there's literally nothing else you can do until a doctor decides to do something. And like, that's the thing that sucks the most, because you're doing everything you can to be the best mother to your son, but it's the healthcare system that's failing you. Like, they just expect you to just get on with your life and deal with this until they can be bothered to do something. And it's like, but what about him? He bites when he gets excited, he hits his head when he is upset, he is always falling, running into a wall as he is looking at the wall, checked his eyes and ears and was cleared. They're not checking the most important thing, his brain. Is it called hypoxia? Yeah. Hypoxia is when you don't have enough blood. Well, where your body doesn't get enough oxygen. And it can cause irreversible brain damage. And they never checked. And like, yes, it could be nothing, but we don't know that. The fact that it's not just, if it was just a big head, it would be like okay to leave it, but there's other things. I want a brain scan so bad, but they won't consider it because how his head isn't growing as fast as it was, but my baby has a bump on his right side of his forehead that won't go away because he hits it on the daily. But no, that's just his development, they say. No, that's not just his development. I was googling a baby born with a big head and it says it could be macrocephaly. But it can often be a normal variation. So if everyone in your family has had it, so I would assume if this was the case, your daughter would have had it and she didn't. So I scrap that. But it could also be hydrocephalus, which is fluid on the brain, or a genetic condition. You said he has a bump. This literally says, this is the AI overview, I can't get rid of it, but it literally says, required monitoring by a doctor to check for rapid growth or other symptoms like a bulging soft spot or developmental concerns, with investigations potentially including scans or genetic tests to rule out serious causes. It's like, why? They are making me feel crazy, as if I'm overreacting. And look, I get it, especially like even if you've had one child, sometimes parents can overreact, but you're not. Your baby has a big head and has signs that something is going wrong. No, my daughter has a tiny head. My 16-year-old has a normal size head when he was a baby. See, it's not genetic, so why aren't they looking? The fact that they just go, it's fine. It's like, but it's not. If it was just the big head, then okay. But there's other things wrong. Don't be like a person coming saying, oh, doctor, I fell over and my hip really hurts. Well, it looks bruised, so it's fine. No, you're not going to do an x-ray? I might have broke. No, it's fine. It's just go home. Okay. They never come back because they broke it and died. You know, like, there's things like that where that happens. That was a very drastic case that I just pulled off the top of my head. But, you know, like, it can happen. It can happen where these things just do. 1 minute, a person's fine. The next, they're not. I'm not saying that to scare you either, Natty. I'm just saying, like, the fact that they're just going, no, it's fine. It's not, though. It's not. Unless they're looking at all this as different things. And seeing each of these each of these issues as separate things. And they're not putting the puzzle together. I don't know. Where'd they get their doctor's degree? From a cardboard box? From the cereal aisle? That's like a doctor looking at me and saying, you're fine, you don't look depressed. Yeah, Lil, you should just smile more and you'll be fine. Like, that works. That is both my babies and husband. Yeah, like... And the fact, okay, so you have an older child, technically a teenager, but, you know, like, the fact that you've gone through this 3 times and this is the only time you've had actual concerns. Like, I have been to urgent care where parents have taken their children in for something as common as the cold. And I get it, as a first-time parent, you would want to make sure every cough and sniffle is fine. But if you weren't taking your other kids to the doctors over every little thing, and this is the first time you're acting like, I want to say frantic because you're worried. I sent you a picture of them. Let's see. His head is bigger than your daughter's. No. No. They're just choosing not to, I think. I'm not even a parent, just a big sister, and even I can say that's not right, yeah. She is 2.5. Yeah, his head is bigger. But there are great doctors out there. I know there are. But it's these ones that are giving doctors a bad rep. Is your name pronounced like Helene or is it just Helen? But thank you for following. Sorry, we're having a discussion about doctors and things. I'm sure if Doctor was still here, she would have opinions about this because it's not right. I don't think we're gonna get to the leaf today with all the not stitching I've been doing on stream. I've seen 8 different doctors. I'm at my wit's end. Yeah, no, it's disgusting. The healthcare system is failing you and your son, especially your son. And it really bodes well for the future when he gets diagnosed with something and it turns out to be serious, and if a doctor had done something at this stage, he might have had, I'll say, a better quality of life, because we don't know what it is. We don't know how it's going to impact him. Like, we don't know if it's nothing to worry about and he will, by a certain age, grow out of it and be quote unquote normal, or if he will have something that will impact him for the rest of his life. And if they did the scans, right? If they did the scans and they said everything's fine, you wouldn't keep bringing him to the doctor. You'd be like, it's fine. But the fact that they're not doing it, and then they're saying no, he's fine, but they're not doing the tests, how are you to know? And I'm in New York. These are supposed to be the best doctors. No. No. But I don't blame you for being at your wit's end. I would be too. When you can clearly see that something's wrong and they just do one scan. You're not asking for 20,000 tests. You just want one head scan. And okay, if they do the scan and they said, look, we can see something, but we can't tell what it is because he needs to develop a bit more, like he needs to reach 2.5, then I'm sure you'd accept that. But the fact they're just going, no, we just need to wait till he's 2.5 to do anything, and it's like, but he's not developing like other children his age. And the fact that you've had 2 other children, so you know what it's like, and you've got one that's literally a year older, so you're seeing the difference. So they can't even say, well, you only had, your last child was so long ago that you can't remember what it was like. And say, no, I have this newer one. Look, and this one's fine. Thank you for letting me rant. I was really feeling crazy. I already have anxiety and schizophrenia, so I thought I was overreacting. No. You are not overreacting. And I have a feeling that the reason why they're acting like this is because of the schizophrenia in your file. But like, I feel like even doing the test would even help with that aspect. Even if it was a case of you overreacting, they do the test, your brain calms down a bit, and you go, oh, okay. Because I'm going to assume you're on medication to help with it, because it's very helpful to have medication. If you're not, that's also fine. But I feel like, I just want to strangle these doctors in a platonic way, we'll say. I just want to shake some sense into them and say, look at the baby and tell me that there's nothing wrong. It's funny, they thought my daughter was autistic at first when she was 1 because of her censoring issues. So your daughter showed no signs of anything, and they're like, yeah, she's autistic, but your son who is showing issues, like, no, he's fine. No, I'm not on medication. It made me suicidal. Oh, that's fair. Yeah. That's a very valid reason to not be on medication. Yeah, there's no point if it does that. But this is more than just a person who has schizophrenia having an episode and thinking things that aren't true when I can see it clear as day. And they can see it clear as day, but they're denying it. Diamond. Oh, I have a support dog and therapy for mental health and diamond painting and cross stitch. Yeah, these are very good hobbies to have for people that have any kind of mental health issue, and also cross stitch can actually help with your cognitive function because of the coordination it takes to make little X's. We are powering our brains up one stitch at a time. No wrinkle-free brain here for me with all these stitches. It's like Nicola Simply a Stitcher said that cross-stitching and diamond painting should really be under the NHS as a free thing because it does help. And it does. Like, these hobbies really do help. Like, I honestly don't know where I'd be without these two hobbies. I think they are not doing as much as they can because they messed up when he was born, not telling me he was born dead and giving me steroids without my consent, causing my diabetes to skyrocket. Yeah, it sounds like they're trying to cover up the... I don't want to say malpractice, because I don't think that's what it is, but we'll just say come on, brain. It was a colossal mess up, we'll say that. That's the nicest way I can put it. Causing my son to also have extremely low blood sugar, making him go to NICU for 6 days, trying to bring his sugar up. Yeah, and the fact that they gave you medication without your consent is also wrong, because what if you were allergic? Like, okay, it was steroids, but even so, you could be allergic to an ingredient in certain types of steroids. There aren't just steroids in steroids, there are other ingredients like a binding agent depending. What if you're allergic? Thank you for the follow. Wait, how's it nearly been 4 hours? Is there even any of this on the next diagonal? There isn't. Okay, this can go then. We have 3 colours left in this diagonal. I will love my son either way, I just want to know, because if there is something seriously wrong with his brain, I doubt his clumsiness will be good for him. Exactly, and like, I think it proves how much you love your son, the fact that you're wanting to know that what's wrong with him, instead of just going to a doctor, having a doctor go, no, everything's fine, and you going, yep, everything's fine. Never mind the fact that he's showing all these signs that he's not. So the fact that you're already going to bat for him and you're like trying to get doctors to listen and take you seriously proves that no matter what the outcome is for your son, that you will love him unconditionally. And you just want to know what it is. And I don't think that's a lot to ask for. You just want to know what it is. I think I'm gonna have to get a new strand of this colour before I finish this diagonal though, because I might not be able to do it all with this. He doesn't even play with toys. It's like he doesn't know what to do with it besides eat it. Yeah, there is something definitely wrong. And you just need answers. If not to satisfy your mind, just so you know what you can do to help him. You know? And the longer they leave it, the worse he could get. And like, yeah, he could also be fine. But we don't know. It just sucks that some issues are taken more seriously than others that don't need urgent treatment, whereas this definitely does. I think this next colour I have to get a new strand for because it's also getting too short. Hey Petrish, Petrish, I wanted to show you this. So I was watching a floss tuber and they recommended this thing. Now this isn't a recommendation for you to buy, it's to help with your making a Q-snap frame. You ready? Look, it's a it's made out of PVC pipes. And you can look. Is this not exactly what you wanted? Again, not to purchase, but you could use this as a base. I need that because I'm pretty sure you could look at these pictures and use it as a base. As soon as I saw Michelle Bendy Stitchy show this in her floss tube, I was like, may I have link? Yeah, you may have link. I'll just put it in chat if that's alright, because it's easier than me reaching over. Sorry for the stupidly long Etsy link. I could have probably got rid of the reference shop home bit, but it's fine. You're welcome. As soon as I saw it, I was like, I need to have this. I've had this open since Monday, I think, maybe Tuesday. Just so I was like, oh, I have to show Petrish. And then I saw you coming to stream yesterday and lurk, and I was like, I won't bother Petrish when she's lurking. I'll wait till she talks in chat. So I did. It was very thoughtful. Look, I was like, if I can, because it's going to be so annoying to figure out yourself. So if someone else has done it and done all the work and you don't have to do all that, then there you go. But you're welcome. Because I know what it's like to one, to just want to watch someone do something and not talk, and two, to figure those sorts of things out because it's very annoying. Yeah, I was very tired, yeah. But anytime I find anything that could help anyone with anything, I'm like, must be sure to mention that on the stream. Oh, and Petrish, we found Saga. We found Saga. It's no longer lost. It was in a box in this room the whole time. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule and have started to need to use my weighted blanket again to sleep. Yeah. Yay, yeah. For me, that's over $70 Canadian, and then there is a shipping charge of $35. Gonna have to think on that for a bit. Yeah. I mean, I haven't even looked at how much that would be for me. Considering it's £50, I can't even get it. They don't deliver to the UK. So it's a good thing I don't want it. I'm glad it's been found, so am I, because that was about £100 worth of silk. Because it was from Silks for You, and I was getting very upset. And although there's not much progress in it, the fact that there was progress in it made it worse. But I was brushing my teeth last night in the bathroom, where you normally brush your teeth, and I was like, where? I was like, I know it's in a box. I know it's in a box. And then my mum found a box that it looked exactly the same to this one, and it wasn't in there. And so I just was like, oh, it's not in this one then. And then I was brushing my teeth and I was like, wait a sec, we haven't checked this box. So last night we checked the box and I was like, oh my god, it's there. It's been there this whole time. It's been screaming at me, I'm in here, and I just ignored it. Yeah, I already have a PVC cutter and we'll just need the joints and pipe to cut up. Yeah. I don't know if they tell you how big it is. Though I guess you could probably work it out. Right? The annoying thing is the barcodes are still on the sides and that, so you could probably have used that, but they're unreadable. Yeah, I just do a little guessing and math. Yeah, I've given you a hard job, but it's not as hard as having to figure the whole thing out. I mean, Strawberry Harvest is a cottage garden sampling, so this is how we could do it. Cottage garden samplings, I have their patterns. Where is it? Here's how we're going to do the math. Hang on. I have the crow. It's just slightly bigger. Hang on. Then one of these, right? Hey, I'll give you something to go off. Would you like centimeters or inches? This is so a regular chart card from them is 8 and whatever that bit is inches, or hang on, 21 inches tall. Centimeters, sorry, 21 centimeters tall. Hang on, my mic's in the way. 21 centimeters. So, a regular PVC pipe might be how big? Add that to the top and the bottom. And I guess you could fit... Now, if only I could actually see the holes on this fabric. Hang on. Does this person have an Instagram? No, you don't have an Instagram? What kind of shop owner are you? It's obviously an Ada. Because it's massive. Because on 40 counts, these things are tiny. Not teeny tiny, but tiny. I mean, the fact that it's almost as big as the bit of paper means it's about 21 centimeters, which when it was 10 inch, I said, wasn't it? 10 about, no, it was 8 and a bit. So, that could be 18 count, 16. If I could just, I might have to do some things off stream to figure something out. It's fine. Beatrice is like, it's fine, I can do the math, and I'm like, no, I hope. Because if I figure it out as well, I can also give Little the dimensions so she can make one, and to anyone else. So it's just easier. Because as good as that is, there's lots of AI on that shop. And I think we all know how I feel. Oh god, my needle. Okay, we're gonna have to undo this stitch and end the thread, I think, actually. Oh. How we know you're not AI? Because I have the correct amount of fingers. And I move too smoothly. AI can't move smooth yet. They jitter. Like when they get that ghosting behind them. The 2025 Coca-Cola advert was real good this year. Well, last year now, but Emma, don't jitter. Okay, don't fade on us. No. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark. You can't thread this needle. It won't thread. I can't thread it. I used to stress about AI and stolen patterns. It was to the point that I was too scared to purchase. Now if I know something is AI/stolen, I don't buy it. If I happen to buy one, that is, I think it is not on me but on the thief. I found I was spending more time trying to figure stuffs out. Yeah. And I also think that companies should disclose it better than a tiny text in the description of the piece and not in the title. Yeah, I made a similar-ish one, but it tips over backwards a lot. And this one wouldn't. As long as the sides that need to match in length do it, it'll probably wiggle itself out. Yeah. But yeah, like I think it's also very easy to tell with certain things that it's AI. Like, you look at the hair. AI can't do the flicks. It just makes loop-de-loops. Oh, guys, I threaded the needle finally. But actual dimensions do help, yeah. I was hoping that they had how big it would be. I knew what you meant, Petrish, don't worry. Oh, that took like 5 minutes. I have never struggled to thread a needle so much in my life. I thought I'd have to spit on it. But nope. I appreciate you, yeah. My aunt has really bad dyslexia, so I've had years of training. So when someone misspells something, I can 9 times out of 10 tell what you meant. The 1 out of 10 is me completely misreading the message. So, like, sometimes I will add words that weren't there because my brain just sees them and it's like, that there wasn't even that there. You're still live? I am. I'm still here. It definitely doesn't help once my phone keyboard is trained on my dyslexic mistake. Yeah. Appointment is finished. I hope it went well. I've really reset it once. Oh no. It was okay, thanks. Yeah. I'm glad to hear that. I've been yapping too much, so I haven't finished the diagonal, although I'm very close. And I'm at 8,000 stitches total, not today. God, my poor fingers would be... Whew. I would be SpongeBob. Did you see my stream progress? I did. Oops, sorry for distracting. No, it's fine. I can distract myself. I'm not kidding. They will tell you I can distract myself. I don't need chat to derail me. I can do that myself. I just start talking about things, then before you know it, I'm pulling up Google and I'm showing things, and then I'm like, oh, it's been an hour. Then you saw what I meant by the embroidery on the feet. Yeah, is it an elephant? Don't let this be a unicorn and dog. Wait, you didn't say what it was, did you? And I didn't read it. It looks like an elephant foot. It's pretty entertaining, yeah. When I'm like, guys, I need to talk about this thing, and oh, it's been an hour. No, I can distract myself, so it's a human being. Oh, that's awkward. You said foot, and my brain went, oh, it's a big foot. Yeah. See, this is the unicorn and the dog all over again. Oh, I just pulled that out. Why? Because what happens is, I look at, I see why you thought it was an elephant. Yeah. Maybe once there's a bit more, I'll be like, oh, yeah. But right now, it do be looking like an elephant foot. A very pretty blue elephant foot, to be fair. There we go. It's the body of Balthazar. Oh, yes. See, once there's a bit more, I'll be like, oh. I should introduce myself. I am Mogren. That is also my gamer tag. I do cross-stitch knitting, diamond art for crafting. For gaming, I play Diablo 3 and WoW Classic and occasionally WoW Retail. I live in Nova Scotia and I'm retired on disability. Well, welcome. And I'm gonna apologise up front first because I'm a really bad enabler. So I'm sorry. Okay. I'm going to talk about patterns, and before you know it, you're buying them, you're buying diamond paintings, and it's all my fault. Run before she enables you. It's too late. Once you follow, that's it, you're stuck. And on YouTube, once you subscribe, that's it. You're stuck. Do you know, I was actually going to make my Discord Cross Stitches Anonymous. That's what my Discord was going to be called. And I'm really glad I didn't, because I looked at the logo and it was CSA and I was like, oh. Ew. I don't think you will influence me. I have over 5k in my shopping cart on Diamond Art Club. We'll see. It's not just diamond painting. I can enable cross stitch. There are many things. I can be very persuasive with my enthusiasm. Before you know it, you're joining a Patreon. Speaking of, priced up the thread for Ghost Bats. Thread plus postage is $20.97. It's not that bad. No, that actually isn't bad. Is that from Threads for you? Or Wool Warehouse? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, perfect. That counting should be right. We'll see. They gave me, right? They give you free gifts from Threads for you. I think this is a nail file. Like an emery board. Because that sounds, you know? Emery boardy. But I have no clue. Oh, look, I chipped my polish. But yeah. Don't know what this is an emery board, I think. I also got this, which is some lavender moisturizing cream, but it says anti-drying. And I joked with my mum. I said, I know what it means, but does it never dry? I know it means that your hands won't dry out, but does your hand stay slippery? Because anti-drying? You go to grab, like, whoop. Well, there's that anti-drying. Because it says deep hydration, highly moisturizing, anti-drying. But my favorite thing is the usage. It says use this product correctly according to the product instructions and do not use it on injured or inflamed skin. If in eyes, rinse with plenty of water. So what's the product instructions though? She even enables people to buy houses. I do. Although when you come to me asking me for opinion on a house, and you come up with reasons why you shouldn't, and I look at the house and I'm like, there is no reason why you shouldn't. Because me and Lil are ready to move in. Because if Carly won't live there, we will. We have one more row, guys. We're going to finish the diagonal. And that might be all we do. Oh, look. Leaf. Leaf. Oh, I kitted up the Morrigan diamond painting I have. Oh, no. We were all gonna start that together. I haven't even finished Lantern Cats yet. It's fine. I have to buy an easel because I can't diamond paint at the moment. It's very sad. No, just not started, just kit up. I know you haven't started it, but the fact that you're kitting it up means you want to start it soon. That's all. And soon has a TM on it because soon could mean in a month or in a week or in a year. I need to work more on plant delivery, but Hermes is currently on my crafting desk. No, never mind. That thought went in my head and it's gone. There is no retrieving that thought. It's gone. It came in and it just as quick it left. It went into the spam folder and it self-deleted. And I was like, oh. But, it's gone. I mean, yeah, but also my diamond storage had an empty layer. Are you gonna finish the Amy Stewart one first then, so we have time? It depends on space. Yeah. I don't currently have the space for that one. Yeah, yeah. I just have so many I need to work on, and a big one's turning up some point. I gotta finish organising and probably getting a new desk. So what you're saying is we have time. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is as well, at the moment, I'm just in a full coverage kick. Like, I am loving my full coverage. And I think it's because I'm not touching a Hade at the moment. I'm working on Death by Chrysabug and this. I should check if my OT has been put in for tomorrow. Oh. You're doing overtime this week. Oh. So I don't know why I made that noise. I do that sometimes. But speaking of introductions, just an hour? Oh, that's alright then. I should probably actually properly introduce myself because we've had a bunch of new followers on both Twitch and YouTube, and I don't think I've actually explained anything for the YouTube side. I just started streaming over there along with here, whereas you guys have heard my backstory, or as some people like to call it these days, the lore. And although I talk about my health quite a lot, because it impacts me a lot at the moment, and it will do for the rest of my life. Did I? Oh no, it's fine. I was about to be like, what? It's fine. I thought I had a different colour in my hand than the one that I did put in for some for next week, since they let us pick our hours instead of a full shift on the weekend. Oh, see, that's how it. Why don't they just do that all the time? Like for overtime, not regular work. I know why they wouldn't for regular work. But I think it is time I do a little introduction on my YouTube end. Although Twitch is going to hear this too. Which is fine. But you can probably guess from my username, but my name is Emma. Although I go by Emma Lou Illustrates on both YouTube and Twitch, and on Instagram I'm emma.lou.stitch because I couldn't get the name I wanted. I just saw my subtitles call me Emily. I said I'm Emma Lou and it was like Emily. No, I'm Emma Lou, like Emma Louise, but just the L-O-U. Because Emma Louise is technically my full name. I do never call me Emma Louise. I will never respond to you if you do. Because a certain man named me that, and we don't talk about that man. Other than referring to him as either him, that man, Stinky, for many a reason. And there are other names that he goes by in this house that I will not repeat on the internet. Because I don't use those words either. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me just do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. I am at this moment in time, I am 28 years old. And I live in the UK. I have a cat called Zelda, who sometimes appears on streams. Sometimes he doesn't. But when he does, he must leave because he will eat my thread. So as much as I wish I could leave him and we could all at him, he will eat my thread or put his claws through my project, which he has done, not to the extent where he's actually ripped a hole, but he nearly did it on Ivory Crow. Those of you that were here on the Twitch stream when that happened, I nearly had a heart attack. I saw his claws like literally push through and I was like, ew. So no. Hey, I have a sperm donor as well. I get it. Yeah. Yep. But I currently do not work. And probably never will work a traditional job again. Although before I turned 20, I was working as a cleaner in my old primary school and I loved that job. Funny he stinks too, must be the type of guy. Maybe. It seems to be a theme. I have an autoimmune condition and it's Crohn's disease. It's great. Ow. And I currently have a colostomy because of it. I got that in November 2024. So it's still new, but I'm having surgery hopefully this year to have it made permanent, because I'm not going back to all that. But at the moment I'm having a complication. I have a massive hernia. Womp womp. And so I'll be having surgery to have that repaired at the same time as they make my stoma permanent. So yay. And I spend all my free time, because I don't work anymore, cross-stitching and diamond painting, and I do play games. I am playing Hollow Knight on the channel, although I've taken the last couple of months off from it because I just don't know where to fit it in. Whoopsies, sorry, I've turned the light on my webcam. And I'm an open book when it comes to Crohn's. Like, you can ask me any questions, like any question about it. The only ones you can't ask are anything sexual to do with it, because no. Exit only. The only time anything will be going in it is a scope for medical reasons. So, yep, that's me. I have a restraining order on him too since I was 3 years old, and renewed again at 14. S abuse. Ugh. What a terrible human being. We actually have a non-molestation order out against mine because this time last year he threatened to punch my sister in the face. Yep. Yeah. All because he was downstairs talking on Discord with his mate, and he was drinking alcohol and getting very loud, and we have birds, and one of our birds is prone to getting seizures if he gets stressed, and if he doesn't get a lot of sleep, he gets stressed. And so my sister went down there and she asked him nicely to keep the noise down, and the next thing I can hear is them shouting at each other at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I have to go get my mum to go break the fight up because he threatened to punch her. And then we got him evicted from the house, and the day he went to court he didn't turn up, so my sister was awarded it. This is just the short story because this has been many years. People weird, yeah. And what else was I was gonna say? It's gone. It was there, now it's gone. But he refused to bathe. Like, in the years that he lived here, and he lived here for over 10, I can probably count on one hand how many times he showered. Yeah. And the fact that I have Crohn's, which can cause like accidents to happen, I have wounds that are gross, and yet you could never smell a single thing off of me because I was keeping myself clean. The only time now you can smell me is because in November, I had an infection under my stoma, and I still am having issues with that. So it's leaking, and when my bag needs clean, because it's literally like my stoma's here, and it's literally here. So my bag sits on it. So we were having issues, but I saw the stoma nurse, When did I see the stoma nurse? Not that long ago, like a couple of weeks ago. And since then, I've not had any leaks, but I do still get the smell, and that's when I know, right, it's time to change my bag. The only thing I wish is I'd had this done sooner, because would have helped so much. State of Florida wouldn't arrest him when I was 3 because he was in the military, and that was apparently punishment enough, so I stabbed him 18 times. He's still alive though. That's a shame. But yeah, and it didn't help that he would also drink alcohol whilst being on meds that you're not supposed to drink alcohol with. Like, he has epilepsy, although he claims it's photosensitive, but he has special epilepsy because one day he had a seizure, and my granddad was like, oh, the last thing to go is your hearing, and he literally got up mid-seizure and walked out, and it's like, oh, miracle cure. Now, anyone who's ever had a seizure or has seen someone have a seizure, you know they can't just get up and walk out. It takes them ages to come to, because their brain has just factory reset, so to speak. Sorry, I meant to say my mum stabbed him. You know, it's just a shame that he survived. Although it would have been bad that your mum would have gone to prison for it though. Happy diagonal, yeah. And though we did it on stream, guys, we finished it. Doctor was sat there waiting with that message typed this whole time. Like, come on, Emma. Oh. Look at that. That's actually perfect timing because people have just left work. So I'll do this thread. Like, I'll put it on this diagonal. And then unfortunately, though, I will have to call it here for today. But we finished the diagonal on stream. Just put all these over here. I do the needle shuffle. There we go. Not that you can see. Let me move the webcam up a little bit. There. No, my mum wouldn't have gotten arrested, medically insane, so she would have just went to the crazy house. I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, it's a shame he survived. It's a shame regardless, you know. 1, 2. I think this is the right place, I think. And I have epilepsy, takes hours to recover. Yeah. Like, he probably does have epilepsy. God damn, I turned that light on again. But not to the extent of which he claims. because you can't fake the brain, what's it called when they do the test and they put the stuff on your head and they look at the brain activity essentially, and they watch it and they go, yep, that's epilepsy. You can't fake that. But I think his has been under control for too long, that he doesn't actually have seizures in EEG. Yeah, that's it. I was like, why is doctor just put an egg? I could only see egg. I was like, no, that's his EEG. It's a egg. See, that's what I saw. See, you should be saying egg because that makes sense. But there we go, guys. I know it stands for electronic something something. That's about as much as I know about egg. Doctor is here. She could probably help with the little boy from earlier. Maybe, but probably. But we might have to discuss it tomorrow. Electroencephalogram. Nailed it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to call it here though, guys. We can discuss everything tomorrow as well. If I can bring things up multiple times, so can you. But I'm just gonna switch here so I can put this project to the side. Oh my god, the wall of text on the YouTube side. I need to figure out a way to get both chats not together because that's against TOS. But split it so we can see each other's side. I'll figure that out probably tomorrow morning after my shower, or over the weekend for Monday if I don't have time. But yeah, I want to thank you all for coming today. I appreciate you all so much, whether you were here all the time, part of the time, some of the time, or another time, because you are lurking. I do appreciate those of you that take the time of your day to lurk and to also participate in chat, but to lurk as well. I will be back tomorrow, and I'll be working on Death, which is the CRISPR chart by Thread Geeks, and that I'll be starting around 3:30 p.m. UK time. I say around because I don't always start on time like today. But yeah. And tomorrow, so Monday to Wednesday, let me just explain the schedule to anyone that's new and isn't sure. So Monday to Wednesday, I stream from 3:30 till 6:30. On Thursdays, I stream from 3:30 till 7:30, so it's a 4-hour. And then Fridays, it's 3:30 to 6:30 or 7:30, depending. So it's 3 to 4 hours on a Friday, depending on like how I feel, if people are on their way home from work, because I live with my family. Like it's me, my grandparents, my mum, my aunt and my sister, because we cannot afford to live on our own, not in this economic climate. So no one's told me I have to do this. I've decided that because I stream when they're at work, when they come home I will be done, so they can come home, come up here and get ready, like get out their work uniform and relax, rather than have to worry about me. So that's why I end around 3 hours, and that's why I can stream Thursdays for 4. And again, that's why some Fridays it's 4, sometimes it's 3. It just depends. Because it's just not fair. You come home from work, you're knackered, you want to change out your work uniform and relax, and then you can just hear me yapping about God knows what for the 100th time. You're like, oh god, she's off again. But yeah, I will see you all back here tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a lovely rest of your day and hope you have a lovely Friday. And then I hope you have a lovely, wonderful, amazing, relaxing weekend. And I hope to see you back in a stream sometime soon. So, with all that said, I hope you'll have a lovely rest of your day today. You take care of yourselves. You stay warm. You stay safe. You stay cool, depending on where you live. And you take the necessary precautions to stay extra safe, especially with things going on in the world right now. Okay? But I will see you all next time. So take care once again, and I will see you back tomorrow, hopefully. If not, then I'll see you in the next stream. So, goodbye.